technology. And this is why we're here. So this session is going to be a practical session. It's going to include several examples, case studies, and it's going to be an honest discussion. I'm going to dedicate the last 10 minutes for questionings. So if you have a question, please raise your hand and someone will come to you with a microphone. Okay? So let's begin by introductions. My name is Jihan Hyde, and I am the CEO of Communique. We are a consultancy based in the UK, and what we do is we help organizations to start their ESG commitments by engaging their supply chain, engaging their communities, and most importantly, engaging their employees. We then help them to report on their sustainability and communicate it in the most effective way possible. So that's me. Now let's go, and I would love for my esteemed panelists to introduce themselves. Fumi, would you like to start?
Sure. My name is Fumi Akinlui. I'm the managing partner for a firm called 10 Air Partners, and we're an advisory firm focused on helping to bridge the financial gap we see in emerging markets. So we work with corporate sovereigns and projects on ensuring they're able to raise capital to achieve their end goals.
Thank you, Fumi. Susan?
My name's Susan Payne. I'm an agriculturalist. I am a co-founder of a company called Sustainable Planet that grows plant protein on non-arable land, on sand, with very little water. And I also co-own and operate large commercial farms in the southern section of Africa.
Thank you, Susan. Mihad?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mihad Habab, and I'm a senior manager at Roshan. I work on the sustainability strategy in our programs. And as part of Roshan, our mandate is to develop communities that helps the kingdom in increasing ownership amongst Saudi nationals.
Thank you. So let's start with the money. Let's talk money. So we're going to, first question would be to the investor. Fumi, when you are assessing where you should be investing your money, what criteria do you look for when you're doing so? And when you're evaluating the challenges related to DLDD?
So first of all, we look at, when we're looking at metrics, we look at before we invest, while we invest, and after, just so that we're sure of what the key metrics are and how we're faring with them. So we look at, we can split, I think the one fundamental criteria that is key to me personally is the social impact. So are we making lives better or worse? But we can break it down to environmental, social, and financial. So on the environmental side, we want to see land restored. We want to understand the soil fertility, the vegetation cover, how much land is being lost each year, how much land can we recover, and how much land can be used for other sustainable uses. We also want to understand the water resource management, how much water is being used, is there water, can we recycle the water, we're monitoring the water levels and ensuring that for each project we're going, there's no compromise to the environment. And then on the social side, we want to understand jobs being created, whether incomes are being increased, and whether the community is embracing of this project, because we need the community, to have our back. And then on the financial side, the returns on investment, that is key to many end investors. And so we put that in mind. We also want to understand the scalability of the project. Is it something that we can increase without compromising any of the other factors that we're looking at? And so this, again, we look at before, during, and after, and keep an eye on that to ensure that we don't in any way compromise all those factors.
So what's the longevity of your project? So when do you actually see an impact when you're investing in such projects?
So for the projects, it can be 5, 10 years. The intention is it's long term for many of
Okay.
the projects. And so for us, it's very key that when we're going in as part of the community, understanding who the stakeholders are, understanding who, the end users, who the jobs we're creating. I'll give you an example. We had a project we advised on in Kenya, and it was for an agricultural project. So for us, they were looking to expand, and they were also looking to actually create more jobs. That is very important for us. It was impacting small-scale farmers, and it was about teaching them, innovative ways to actually increase their yields. And so for us, that was very impactful, and we're very supportive of that project. And our end investors, which were the DFIs, were very happy to fund that project. So projects like that tend to have more increase because of the job creation and the impact it's having to the community as a whole.
Okay, thank you. Susan, you're on the ground. You're living and breathing with the farmers, and your technology is helping them, to solve a massive problem. Can you walk us through your technology, and can you give us solid examples of how it impacted the livelihood of the community around the farms?
Okay, thank you. And first of all, I would say that having a seat at the table for farmers is absolutely vital. And I don't think that we see enough of farmers, whether they are commercial, whether they are smallholders. We've got to have them involved on panels like this, so thank you for the invitation. The bottom line is I operate in sub-Saharan Africa. I also have an office in Abu Dhabi, but the farms that we co-own and operate are in sub-Saharan Africa. There's been a drought there that's been the worst in 100 years, and many of you probably know this already, but the drought has been severely impactful. So technology like ours becomes even more enhanced. It's very important to this region. And what we do is, in Sustainable Planet, is we have the tech to transform water lentils that we grow on sand or salt flats into foodstuffs. And we do that using 90% less water than soya. No deforestation, repurposing degraded land with very little water usage. And the plant, the water lentil, is under-recognized. It's a protein hero. It's a superfood, actually. And it has not just protein, 45% protein, but all amino acids, various vitamins. That's the plant, and it doubles in biomass every 48 hours. It grows 365 days a year in sub-Saharan Africa or in subtropical climates, which is why we're here, which is why we're going to open in Asia also. The tech that we have transforms this plant into human food with a like for soya and animal feed and biofertilizer, and is also being trialed for medicinal purposes to address diabetes, and is also used in cosmetics, or can be used in cosmetics and perfumes. So I say this because it's a all-purpose superhero protein at a time when protein is going to be required over the next 50 years, in fact less, 30 years, and FAO, we know the statistics very well, say that we're going to have to increase foodstuffs or food production by frankly 50% over the next 30 years. That number we all know well. How are we going to do that on degraded land? So just to be on a case in point, Jihan, on the case in point in Mozambique, we are growing this plant on salt flats. The government has 10,000 hectares of non-usable salt flats about 250 kilometers north of Maputo. So where we are operating is on these flats that are otherwise unusable. And we can put in shallow ponds. The ponds are only 30 centimeters, 12 inches deep. We have them in a certain design, and then we harvest them very simply. We engage subsistence, but we can engage subsistence farmers at scale, actually, when this is rolled out properly and funded fully. And we can then put a processing plant that we have the access to IP for on the ground so that we can then create protein shakes, protein bars, for humanitarian purposes, not just for profit. You can create protein bars in areas where people actually need to be fed out of things like bananas and protein powder, or dates and protein powder. Those create really valuable bars. And also in pasta, cereals, etc. Animal feed as well, which is in huge demand in this region and is already now imported from Argentina and from the Midwest in America. Huge carbon footprint. We can do it here locally.
So how did you bring the community with you in this journey? So how did you convince them to join you in these salt farms, and how did you convince the government that it's worthy of your technology?
I don't think anyone can overestimate the importance of having a solution to land degradation. We have a solution. So when we go to the government of any country, and this is frankly many African countries as well as countries here, and we have a solution to grow food on non-usable, repurposed, or degraded land, there is great enthusiasm for that project. So that part is very simple. The locals, of course, are also very enthusiastic because they then can increase their livelihoods by up to three times. Their incomes can be bumped up. They can be carved out a hectare of land with 2 or 3 ponds on it, a small house, and continue, if they so choose, to have their small holdings or the subsistence areas with sometimes goats and sheep and livestock elsewhere. They can coexist with other activities that they may have, because this is not that time-consuming, but that needs to have harvesting on a regular basis. Yeah. So it's a really easy way to engage subsistence farmers to increase their incomes and their nutritional diets.
Thank you, Susan. Mihad,
Yes.
you represent Saudi's largest built environment projects, well, second largest. How are you embedding or even thinking about DLDD when you are designing your communities? And there is another part of my question. How are you convincing or selling the idea to the residents who are buying these houses?
So that's a great question. So as a forward-looking real estate developer, it is important for us to integrate environmental, social, and governance principles across our design life cycle. So across our life cycle, whether from design all the way to construction, we do integrate different requirements. And when we think of DLDD, there's 2 things that come to mind. What is the type of biodiversity that we're integrating into our urban landscape, but also how are we managing our water resources? So it's important for us to understand the type of plants that we're integrating, and these have to be drought-resistant plants, and they have to be native to the communities that we're developing. So this is one way that we look at it. Another way is through water efficiency and water management, which is through the recycling of water. So the wastewater systems, the recycling, we use that recycled water for irrigation. So that supports us to ensure a bit of circularity and efficiency on that case.
And do you see the communities or the residents welcoming this when you're selling your houses?
So we're still in the process of selling a lot of our houses. There is communication. We do have the younger generation that ask around this. So yes, there is some requests in some area. People want to understand how does this support any efficiencies in a way that supports them in the long run.
Okay. Let's go back to the money. Fumi, do you happen to know, or do you have an example for us where someone came to you and asked you for an investment and it didn't work for you and it wasn't applicable to your investment, agenda, and why would, so the reason I'm asking is finance is not equal amongst the communities. It's very difficult to get financing. So what advice would you have for anyone who's seeking finance from you when they're coming forwards with their initiatives and with their approaches to tackle DLDD?
It has to be a bankable project. So
What does that mean?
Bankable means that there's some profit to be made at the end of the day. It doesn't have to be a lot, but it has to be a viable project. And so that would be one thing. Another thing is it has to have strong impact. with it. It has to be creating jobs. It has to be helping to solve DLDD. It has to be embracing of the community. It has to be forward-thinking, sustainable, hopefully scalable. And in terms of how so it doesn't have to be a massive 30 times investment, no. Because the way we look at projects is we can have a blended finance approach to it, which is that if you have investors who are sit on the private side, we can have philanthropic organizations, governments come in and sit on the concessional side of it. And they help de-risk a project. I'll give you an example. We're working currently advising on a project where the policies are not in place. So it's completely new. It's completely new to the region we're looking at. And we're working with one of the government agencies to help create policies. And when there are policies, investments follow. So they're creating the policy, creating the groundwork for investment. So it's taking some time, but they're giving us a very 360 view of the investment. And then on top of that, we have philanthropic organizations that are also looking at the investment, helping to de-risk it completely for private sector. And private sector can now come in, sit in, and ask for sometimes commercial returns, or sometimes a little below commercial, but they won't go too low compared to the government. So we have investments like that need a more holistic view, and it's not just for profit, but we can meet everybody where it's needed. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. Mihad, so I believe in the power of partnerships, and I also believe that no one can actually solve the DLDD problem by themselves. Do you have an example of how private and public sectors work together to tackle such a challenge? Or how are you tackling partnerships to tackle such a problem?
So, of course, partnerships is a very important part to address certain topics. We work with a lot of different stakeholders, whether private or public stakeholders. If we're looking with the private sector, it's trying to understand what are technologies that are available in the market that can help us understand our impacts more. Whether they're technologies that are, for example, like the BIM or the digital twins that can help us understand our designs further, that we can integrate modeling into them, that can help us, while we're in the design phase, understand the impacts on certain topics, such as the drought, such as water management, that allows us to address them in design phase before we move into operations and construction, thereby supporting and saving costs and achieving an overarching goal. So that's one example on a technology perspective in supporting with the market.
And was it difficult to find this technology?
So similar to
we don't wake up one day and think knowing all the technology that's out there. So how did your team upskill themselves so that they can understand what technologies are out there that could help them to get the data to report on their impact?
So we work internally with a lot of our stakeholders from different departments. We have our partnerships team, but also our other departments such as commercial and market research. Those support us to understand what are happening as the trends in market. That helps us understand what's up and coming and staying up to date with the trends. And that allows us to understand what's happening and to assess and study and see what is applicable for us.
Thank you. Susan, let's talk about technology. Technology provides us with the data that we need to showcase that the work is being effective. How accurate would technology provide us with the data? So, for example, can you give us an example of a project that I know you're already working in Mozambique, for example, but how did data help you to get more financing so that you can really have an impact on the work you're doing?
Okay, in some of the environments where we work, there is very arcane data capture. So the idea of having sophisticated data analysis in some parts of sub-Saharan Africa is inaccurate. And in fact, technology is so critical to farming and to agriculture and to land use that it is not going to move forward properly without a huge emphasis on technology. Unless we start to focus on how we can use tech across across land use, we are not going to move forward. And that's become very obvious. So when I say that, I mean in terms of agriculture and in terms of using, okay, farmers are stewards of the land. If we get down to brass tacks, farmers are the first line of defense. They are the knowledge providers on what is happening on the ground. And it is really imperative that they have the tools, infrastructure, technology, whatever it takes to enhance their ability to perform. Most farmers in Africa do not have those tools. So we are talking that we are starting at a low base. And in order to be more effective in understanding what happens with land use, we have to introduce more technology. And that goes across all areas of land use. That goes across data capture, it's storage, it's waste management, it's energy use. I could go on, but it is absolutely imperative that tech is funded properly and that it is accessible to more farmers. That is not what is happening now.
No.
What is happening now is ineffective. And what is happening for innovators like ourselves is that funding takes too long, it's too slow, and I come across multiple examples of use of technology that would seriously enhance the ability to perform on the ground and to deliver foodstuffs and to actually safeguard the land itself. And that is too slow to come forward and to be developed because of a lack of financing. And I could give a few examples of this, but one of them that I thought was really captivating was not our technology, but it was another technology, which was the ability to have refrigeration this was developed in Nigeria, refrigeration using this battery that held cold, basically kept the freezers running and fridges running for 6 days, 5 to 6 days, even in the dark. It was a very effective method to keep food cold. And it meant that multiple hawkers on the sides of the roads and small shops could keep their food fresh for longer, and the food waste was dramatically reduced. That is really simple technology, and yet it is still very hard to get funded. And that for me is extremely frustrating, which is why I got more involved in funding women across Africa doing really innovative things like this. But in the technology that we use and the technology that I see in where I work, the drought has made such a huge impact in the sub-Saharan part of Africa in the last year itself. And so I can talk to that very simply. And where you see partnerships working, and just speaking on the partnership side, where I see partnerships working are between the private sector players that club together to help each other. And so we have a farm in Zambia. The farm is just under 3,000 hectares. That's close to 6,500 acres, 6,800 acres. And it's got quite a lot of available land. And we have various farms around us that do not have water, whereas we're right on the Zambezi. And the farms that we buy are right on water systems. I mean, we're on the Limpopo in Mozambique, we're on the Zambezi in Zambia. And I say this because it means that we have the ability to irrigate and others don't. So if some players want to come onto our farm and rent a portion of our farm because they can increase their crop yields, they have irrigation, then they do. And it's as simple as that. And then you have the other thing, which is really important also. This is in a period of drought, terrible drought, and cropping is being seriously impacted in Zambia, for example. And we work together on our farm with Corteva Science, which is an input provider, on credit. And I cannot, again, overestimate the importance of having a credit line given to a farmer that is not having to go into their bank account and extend $300,000 to grow a very large crop to keep Zambia in seed maize. They're things that they're not known if you do not farm, but if you farm, you understand the importance of credit, and there is no credit from banks. Banks and farming in Africa do not generally, they're not.
They don't talk to each other.
The lines of communication are not that
Yes.
effective. The input providers are the ones that provide the credit. The banks are useful for other means, but the input providers are really critical in Zambia, and they do not exist, these input providers, in Mozambique. So this looks at how you basically can safeguard the land. And to safeguard the land, you should use it properly. And the reason I'm saying this is it's not just about technology, which is absolutely critical, but it's also about having players on the ground that assist you to grow your crop. And that is also not a field that is very full in many countries in Africa.
But it's also lack of awareness as well. So I am the sustainability mentor for Accenture's Innovation Lab. And I'm also the co-chair for the MENA FinTech, the Sustainable FinTech Alliance, which is part of the MENA FinTech Association. What I'm seeing at this moment of time is that the technologists don't know, or the founders of the technology companies or startups don't really know how to access and get in front of the right investors. Okay, and at the same time, the investors don't understand the technology, so they don't know if it's the right technology. And for me, please challenge me if you disagree. Okay, and what's also interesting is that they don't the founders or the startups don't have the confidence to really go into the ground and say, we have the technology, we want to help you. I mean, you're an exception, Susan.
No, but can I just say one thing on that? Because that's a really good point. I think that this is where the other rub happens. We have this technology which is game-changing, and it is scalable. So those are two very important points. And yet to get someone to come down to our flagship in Mozambique requires getting on a plane, coming down. We have videos, we've made a film, we can show people what we're doing. But to get someone on a plane to come down to Mozambique for 2 days, which is basically the minimum, to see what we're doing, look at the ponds, do an analysis, see the tests. They often want to see what, and this is proof of concept, I completely understand that. It actually almost requires with tech to be able to bring it to the investor. And actually, which means we can't grow it in Europe because it's not subtropical. It's got to be in a place where people really naturally would want to go. Should it be Mauritius? We could grow it there. You make these decisions. Should we go to Florida? We could grow it there. We could get investors into Florida. But you end up looking at how you can market your tech as opposed to looking at this game-changing technology. Surely people are going to want to come bombing down and see how effective that it is. That is actually the tricky part.
That is the tricky part.
I would say that the solution really is finding funds that are regionally focused with tech specialists. So if you had someone who understood technology, because it's also about speaking the right language. The language a founder would speak to the investor may not align, but we intermediaries can speak that language. And getting someone who understands the technology, right, so has a tilt towards tech, is also key. So we're looking at building out a fund that actually looks at AI, tech, and ensuring that we're able to support the infrastructure, right, in a sustainable way. So the energy required, but from what you're saying, you're using very simple technology, which probably doesn't need as much energy as, say, a big tech infrastructure. But it's finding regional investors who can focus on your technology, and I would say even specialists, so focused on agri, tech, and push that through.
Yeah, and agri-tech is really, that's interesting, I agree, and agri-tech is really important. But this tech is quite unique, and it takes, this wet product and makes a dry material that is a colorless, odorless powder that goes into all sorts of different foods, and it requires a plant, like a processing plant, being put on the site, and we're big believers in having the processing on site. We're not going to export the processing and export the uplift. The production's on site, the processing's on site, and the distribution is on site. And that's really important because it captures that whole value chain and all the value within that chain in each country.
So, Mihad, you must be presented on a daily basis with the latest technologies that would help you with implementing the sustainability vision for Roshan. What are the challenges that you're facing when these technologies are presented to you? Or what advice would you give practitioners who are being presented by these technologies to take into consideration when they are being presented? What should they look for?
So there's a couple things that you want to look for. First, does it address your needs or the topics of sustainability that you're looking at or that are a priority for you? Is your focus water management? Is your focus waste management or efficiency? It has to be close to the sector that you're working in. What might apply in the real estate sector might not apply in a different sector, might not even apply in agriculture in some areas. So those are important things. Another important thing is cost. How much will it cost? How does it impact your IRR? A lot of these take into a factor, and you would need to look at it from a triple bottom line analysis. Weigh them out and ensure that as you're integrating into these decisions, your environmental and social aspects while looking at the cost. And that can help you understand what matters best for, what works best for you.
And is there any technology out there now that you're really excited about and you're like, I really want to bring it on board and I want to help
I'm
tackle?
not really at liberty to say. There are a couple of things that we're seeing at the market that are interesting, that do have an interest for us. However, it's in the process of assessing and trying to understand what applies to us best.
Perfect. Okay, so we have 6 minutes. Is there any questions from the floor? Anyone would like to ask any questions? Don't be shy. Sure, we have a question here. Yes, the microphone is coming.
Hi, Rob Olner. I'm an ag-tech, not quite founder, but work for an ag-tech startup. I'd be interested in seeing on the financial side what your thoughts are on, this can be quite an investment for farmers and quite a risk. Have you seen any approaches to financing the buying side of this equation and innovative approaches in that front?
Fumi, who would like to take?
So, can he repeat?
Do you mind repeating the question again, sir, please?
Yeah, sorry, it was not the best phrase. I'm interested in if you've seen any financing solutions for the end customer of technology in this space, and how startups might approach helping their customers finance their solutions.
No, Helen, I think that would be more you than me.
I mean, yeah, I'm a little. So basically, is that to finance your technology? Are you finding is the issue about financing the tech startup?
Not so much the startup per se, but I think a lot of tech solutions end up being pitched at the larger agricultural organizations or the areas where governments can step in, when there's a lot of benefit to be had from areas where you've got smaller scale farmers, local cooperatives, and so on. I'm interested in whether there's any approaches there.
I don't. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, there's some. Okay, there's some DFIs who are very keen, and smallholder farmers are a big deal to a lot of development agencies. And so in terms of getting money across, again, it's about speaking the language. Are you speaking their language? Are you presenting it in a way that they understand? The first question that you will be asked, is it a bankable project? So is it viable? Is it viable in 5-10 years? Is it going to create jobs? Is it going to compromise the environment? Those are fundamental questions that will be asked. And I always say that if intermediaries like us sit there to aggregate projects like yours, right? But we need a lot of them to make it materially worthwhile for the DFIs, because sometimes DFIs have a minimum ticket size.
Can we define what DFI, please?
So development agencies, so the IFCs, the FMO, PAPACO, the likes of that. So the World Bank subsidiaries or development financial institutions that each government has around. And so when you do have that aggregated amount, and Susan did mention something that the farmers need small ticket sizes. but DFIs would not meet 1,000 farmers. They'll prefer to come to one, say, fund, who can do that on their behalf. So they prefer to fund that intermediary who can then pass it on to the small-scale farmers. So I would say that the best approach for you is find a specialist, and please feel free to, let's exchange details. Find a specialist who can now put you in the right direction. Yeah, but you need to go through a fund. Yeah.
Can I answer part of this, actually, because this is the area that I love. I think, in my opinion, there is not only not enough done to basically get to the area that you're referring to, which is my area, actually. There's not enough done, it's far too slow, and it's far too small for most players. So DFIs will not consider it, and I think that this whole area has to be changed quite dramatically. And I am a big proponent of grants. I mean, very actively given, not taking a year, but I think grants should be much more freely given, much more widely given, and there are various means to do this very quickly. It doesn't have to take 6 months to 10 months to give a grant, if the idea is a very good one and if it serves the areas that you're discussing. It is almost impossible to get DFI money at a small level because the due diligence takes too long. So, and we all know that. We all know that in this room, actually. So what I'm saying is completely old. But I do think that there has to be a whole new way to examine this, and that has got to be, I think, through grants.
Thank you very much.
Any more questions? Oh, Helen.
Thanks, ladies. I was just going to ask, even if it is a bankable project, even if everything, all the maths, everything looks great on paper, what's the one thing that is holding things back in ensuring that these projects go ahead? What's stopping the investors, really? And why is this not scaling at the rapid rate that we think it should, listening to what you're saying?
I think that it's too siloed, and there are too many inconsistencies. I think that there is not enough cross-fertilization, which is why knowledge sharing in groups like this is so imperative, and why COP serves a purpose that is so important. It really is, even though we think that the rate of change is too slow, and it's too slow for me, it's still happening, and we're still reaching a goal slowly. But it's not even just about, the financing is too slow, there are multiple innovations that are extraordinary, and the solutions are there. The financing is simply critical, which is why Fumi is saying, you know, the bankable projects, whatever happens, and as long and as much as we discuss sustainability and impact, which is critical, they're both critical, they have to be bankable. And otherwise, it's going to be very hard to get funding through, or it has to be through a UN initiative, which is technically supported, and is done in a different way. But for the private sector, it is really still difficult to get that funding released.
And it's government support, policies. Once you have policies and frameworks in place that are unified, it helps the private sector feel more comfortable going in. And so, like I mentioned, you have concessional capital that can come in. The development agencies are very good with helping with that. They can be slow, but they're good. Philanthropic organizations are also very good. And once they can de-risk that, private sector is happy to step in, but the framework has to be in place. Yeah.
Okay, so any more questions? Well, so that concludes our panel for today. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for joining me in this, on this important topic, and it's really dear to my heart. If there is one thing I do ask, and one action that I would implore that you take from this, speak to peers, collaborate with each other. Don't try and solve the problem by yourself, because believe it or not, you won't be able to. And I think collaboration is key, and it's very understated. And even if we look at the SDGs, I mean, SDG 17 is all about partnerships. And even now, when someone comes to us as Communique and say, can you do this? And if we don't claim that we're the experts in everything. And if anything, our whole business model is around collaboration. So please, take just one action. Go and talk to people. Go and collaborate. And don't try to change the world by yourself. Thank you so much once again. Thank you. There is no.
Thank you, ladies. Hello, everyone, and thank you for coming for this interesting and important session. Effective communication and stakeholder engagement for simplifying complex DLDD initiatives. So let's start with the simple truth. Desertification, land degradation, and drought are complex issues. They touch everything from food security to climate resilience, employment, income, ecosystems, economies of the country and neighboring countries, and affect everyone around the world. But here's the challenge. The complexity of the issues make it difficult to understand what matters and how to solve that. And this is where communication comes in. It's not just about sharing information, it's about making the science easy to understand, the problem relatable, and the solution actionable. It's about building trust, bringing people together in a meaningful step towards the challenge and the change. I won't tell you how easy it is to communicate to farmers on issues like this, and at the same time, policymakers and finance people like myself. We have to make it granular, keep it simple, and address the right people with the right message. So I'm joined today by some incredible group of panelists who have experience in doing just that. They know firsthand what works, what doesn't, how to engage stakeholders, and simplify complex issues. So I would ask the panelists to please introduce themselves. Solani?
Hi, everyone. My name is Saloni Sangrajka. I am the co-founder and CFO of a UK-based company called My Eco Energy, also known as ME for short. We're a climate fintech startup providing renewable solutions to our customers, both residential and commercial, in order to help them to save money and the planet.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wissam Al Saeed. I am the AGM Head of Marketing, Communications and Sustainability at National Finance Company. It is the leading finance and leasing company in the Sultanate of Oman. My role is to ensure that we conduct responsible financing and also support the communities that we operate in. So I'm here because of the combination of my expertise in terms of corporate communications and sustainability.
Hello, everyone. My name is Helen Neal, and I am the founder and owner of HN Communications. So we are a specialist sustainability communications consultancy, and we help global corporates and global NGOs to communicate on sustainability. And we do everything from strategy to creative to communicating on sustainability messages, but also creating the right moments for those businesses, organizations, NGOs to come together and to have these really important conversations. It's really great to be here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jihan Hyde, and I am the founder and CEO of Communique. We are a consultancy based in the UK, and what we specialize in is we help organizations to engage effectively with their supply chain, a community, and employees ahead of them embarking on their ESG journey. We also help enable the employees to understand and have the right skill sets so that they can be part and play a massive role in embedding sustainability within the business model and decision-making process. It's lovely to be here, and thank you for having me.
And I'm Fumi Akinlui. I'm a managing partner at Tenair Partners. It's an advisory firm focused on bridging the financing gap within emerging markets, sustainable infrastructure, and climate projects. And I'll be chairing this session. All right, so the first question goes to you, Helen. How do you define the role of effective communication in driving awareness
and action for DLDD initiatives, especially amongst diverse stakeholders?
So I think ultimately, we always say that communications has to be at the heart of an organization. And particularly when it comes to sustainability, sustainability has to transcend your whole business. It's not just a one part of your business organization that communicates to a particular audience. This has to be a piece of communication that goes out to everybody and the right stakeholders at the right time, like you mentioned. And I think also as well, it's about having that cultural awareness and being able to communicate to different regions and different communities, both at a really detailed small scale and focus level, but also take it right back up to the macro and be able to communicate on a large global scale as well. And there's a real skill to be able to do both, and you need to have that awareness of being able to do both really well. And I think it comes down to honest communication. I think the way in which, particularly for corporates, and there's nothing wrong with this, but the way in which corporates have always communicated is to sell their product. And to do so in a way that is putting that product in the best possible light. And that's okay. These are commercial businesses that need to sell their product. But that's not actually the way that sustainability communications should be done well, in my opinion. And I'll tell you why. Because sustainability, we have to have a very honest conversation. Because the truth is, no organization, no one has the answers to everything, particularly on sustainability. And so actually having that honest conversation and saying, okay, we have a plan. We are working towards getting there, but we may not have all the answers, but we're trying and we're working to get there. I think that's a really important message for any business or indeed organization to adopt, because that starts an open and honest dialogue. And I think that's when you can have that type of communication, both at that macro level I mentioned, but also importantly down at that very local, small scale level too.
Okay, thank you. Gian, for organizations or individuals just starting their journey in DLDD initiatives, what are the first steps you think would ensure that communication strategies are effective and impactful?
I think before even the first, let me give you some context. Unfortunately for us as communicators, when the organization is designing its ESG initiatives or sustainability commitments, comms are always called later on. They're not in the table hearing it from the beginning. So they don't actually have the real picture or the real reason what is making or what's forcing these organizations to become sustainable. Is it a regulatory commitment or pressure? Is it an investor pressure that's making them become sustainable? Because frankly speaking, sustainability is very expensive. We all know that. So no one actually, not a single organization wakes up one day and says, oh, we want to be sustainable tomorrow. They must be pressures that is placed on them. For comms or communication teams to communicate effectively, as Helen was mentioning, they have to understand what are the pressures and why is the company focused on sustainability now. Once they do so, they will understand what they need to be focusing on. Are they going to be focusing on the environmental aspect? Are they going to focus on the governance, or are they going to focus on the social aspect? So number one, looking at what are the external pressures or internal pressures. Number two, understand who are the audience. So what's, not just the audience, what are the key material factors that is part of your sustainability process? So what's important to your company? Is it reducing your carbon? Is it treating your employees properly? Or is it having the right reporting mechanism? When they understand the material factors, they will then be able to understand and design the right communication campaigns. Because if they don't do that, unfortunately, they're going to fall into the trap of, what I call campaign vomiting. Meaning, you design a campaign, you vomit it, and then you move on to the next campaign without actually telling a cohesive story of your sustainability strategy.
Okay. Just following on what Jihan said, Wissam, what indicators do you use to evaluate the success of your communication campaigns in terms of stakeholder engagement and behavioral change?
So there are a lot of metrics that we use in general for assessing the success of our corporate communications campaigns. And a lot of them are very similar when it comes to sustainability communication campaigns. But I want to start to talk a little bit about digital marketing. I think anybody who worked in the corporate communication field, at least over the past 15 to 20 years, has realized the immense shift in the way that we tell our stories, in the way that we communicate with our audience, and most importantly, in the way that we measure the impact of our campaigns. Digital marketing is a powerful tool in how we can assess the journey of our audience and how they engage with our content. So a lot of the metrics are linked to digital marketing, and I'll start with that. So you would look at things like reach and frequency. That would essentially look at how many people you've exposed your message to. And not only how many people you've exposed your message to, but how often have they seen your message as well. Then you would move on to engagement rates. And in terms of engagement rates, you would look at things like how many likes did you receive, how many shares did you get, and how many comments, whether negative or positive. This gives you a general indication of how your campaign is doing on the digital marketing platform. But most importantly, and oftentimes, the point that a lot of corporate professionals ignore is your conversion rate. Now, from a product marketing point of view, which is not what we're here to talk about, conversion rate is how many people who were exposed to your campaign have bought your product or your service. From a sustainability point of view, it would depend on the objectives that you had at your strategic, at the start of you building your corporate communication strategy. So if you are, for example, a government entity that wants to raise awareness about a specific cause, what you would do is make sure that there's a call for action in your digital marketing content that would drive them into a landing page, for example. And here you'd be able to measure how many clicks you got on your content. Moving on to the landing page, you'll be able to look at how many people visited the page, and then even going further, how long they spent on the page. So you would be able to assess how many people really were exposed to your content at a deeper level. You could take it further by having a further call for action and having people call, having surveys on your page, so you'd be able to attract investors, whatever stakeholder that you are targeting.
All right.
And through surveys, you would be able to assess as well any behavioral change. And that would be a very important metric to really see, if actions were taken as a result of your campaign. But most importantly, when it comes to sustainability communications, are your impact metrics. So when you're tailor-making and crafting your sustainability strategy, it is very important to understand what objectives you want to reach at the end of the campaign. And here you would look at things like carbon footprint reduction or policy changes or, generally any overall outcomes that you would want to achieve out of your campaign. Now, the last point, which I actually should have started with this, and I think Jihan and Helen also mentioned, stakeholder engagement, I believe, which is very, very important. So engaging with your stakeholders throughout the entire journey, but specifically post-campaign, is very, very important to understand what kind of feedback they had and if your message resonated well with the audience. Yesterday evening, I was telling Helen I would quote her today. Helen and I, after our dinner, we shared a ride back to our hotels, and she said something very important. She talked about, for her clients, when she feels she really was successful, one of her success metrics was to know that she's created thought leadership. So when her clients are invited to panels such as these, or conferences to speak, or for awards, credible awards, that's a success factor. That shows that you've used the right type of messaging and communication through the right experts and the right spokespeople to the point that you've built a perception to allow the people within the organization to be presented as thought leaders. And these thought leaders are also ambassadors for the cause and also an amazing form of communicating, your key sustainability objectives.
Can I just add to Wissam's example around the behavioral change? So for me, behavioral change is very important. For my metrics of success when it comes to comms is how the employees are changing their behaviors. Because sustainability, it's not a digital change. It's a lifestyle change. So I'll give you an example of a success story of one of our clients. One of our clients they were launching their new sustainability strategy, but they wanted to bring their employees with them along the journey. And I could have easily taken the way out where I can put recycling bins everywhere, digital signages. But I said, no, I'm going to be using the power of anthropology and ethnography to change the behaviors of these employees. So what did we do? We played with, and by the way, as human beings, we like to feel valued, we like to feel involved, and we like to be feeling that we are engaged. So from the beginning, we've engaged the employees and we ran a series of hackathons to get ideas. One of the ideas was to create an application for the employees to download for free. And the application would give the employee a nudge saying, where did you commute from? And then once you input the data, it will tell you, did you know, Jihan, that your footprint was equivalent to 5 swimming pools today? And did you know that if you walked just extra 5 minutes, you would have reduced it, let's say, by half a swimming pool? So we simplified it so that the employees can understand what is their impact. The beauty of it is at the end, if the employee showcased that he or she reduced their carbon footprint, they get a nudge from HR to say, well done, you guys. Here's a gift for your efforts. And what's really exciting, and this is what really is important for comms to understand, is that the data from that application could be used towards your Scope 3 reporting. And that really made the management excited. It put communications on the center, and it made us feel that we actually made a change. So that is also an addition to what Wissam was saying.
I like that simple visual.
Yeah,
right?
and competitive. Gamification sometimes is key.
All right. So now to you, Saloni. How can you better articulate the business case for investing in DLDD initiatives through communication strategies?
Thank you, Pumi. I'd just like to say I'm not a DLDD expert or a comms expert, but what I am passionate about is finance and sustainability. And I've lived in Kenya and I've gone through water shortages, multiple constant electricity blackouts throughout my life. And I just wanted to be in this industry to help even one person. What we do at ME is we've created a really compelling financial and environmental value proposition for our key stakeholders, especially our customers, to help them transition to renewable energy. And I think the principles of our business model can easily be applied to DLDD initiatives, addressing the issues and opportunities that might be present. We've created a platform that is almost like an ecosystem. So we've got, it's a bit like a puzzle. Once all the pieces are put together, it creates a beautiful picture. So the first part is education, educating our customers on, informing them how these renewable solutions work. Small little bite-sized chunks of information, visual videos, really simple language, no technical jargon, so they understand how it works. Secondly, we would show them their financial and environmental benefits, like how would a tailor-made solution impact them, reduce their bills, what kind of carbon footprint they would be avoiding, what their return on investment is, what the cost of such a solution would be, what their payback period is. And we've created an IP to give our customers a really simple value. So it's easy for them to understand and for them to go ahead with the solution. Once they've understood it, they can see what the benefits are. What we found is cost has been a huge factor, and a lot of our clients it's a barrier to them. So the third part of our puzzle is financing. We've collaborated with financial institutions to help finance these solutions for our clients and help them through green financing. And some not in very traditional ways. So for example, we've collaborated with a financial institution where our customers would pay more of their loan back over the summer months when they're achieving higher reductions in their bills, and less in the winter months when their reductions aren't as high. But on average, it works out to the pre-agreed rate. So I think financing, it's a big thing that my co-founder and I talk about, change finance to fight climate change. And that's what we're working towards, creating this win-win situation for all the stakeholders that are involved. And I think if that is communicated to the stakeholders within DLDD, I don't see why no one wants to be involved in it. Like, it's a good value proposition and a good business case for renewables, and I think for DLDD as well.
All right, thank you. Helen, back to you. Saloni just mentioned collaboration, partnership. How can we use that to enhance the impact of your communication strategy to your stakeholders?
So we have a bit of a mantra, within our team, that it's communication, collaboration, and collective action. That's essentially the core ingredients that you really need to be successful as an organization when you are reaching out and communicating on sustainability. I mentioned at the start, not one company has all the answers. And actually, the truth is that not one company, I think, Jihan, you mentioned it before, this is not something that you can do on your own in isolation. You have to collaborate. And actually, sustainability is really changing the game a little bit when we think about competition and the traditional ways in which we've done business. Because for sustainability, the opportunity is not in competition. It is not in hiding and thinking that you're going to possibly lose out if you share too much information. It's actually the opposite. Because the more information that you share, the more collaborative partners that you build, whether that might be adjacent types of businesses to the industry that you're in, or whether that's collaborating directly with government or NGOs. I see this time and time again that when this collaboration piece happens, and it's often between business, NGO, and local communities, when you're bringing that together, we really see change accelerate. So I think the collaboration piece is really key, and it is a very different way of doing business. But I've seen this a lot, particularly with things like renewable energy that you were just talking about, Salani, in that a particular client that we work with, they're a food and beverage company, but they invested in renewable energy with a view that probably in 10 years they might start to make a bit of a return, but it was never done as a business and commercial decision. Within 3 years, they were making a really good profit. And suddenly, this food and beverage company is now also become, by proxy, energy provider in this particular area around renewables. So I think it is also about stepping out of our comfort zone of the business or the industry that we are currently in and asking ourselves those questions. Where is the opportunity with sustainability? Because I get it. Often it can feel costly and it can feel difficult. But there's so much opportunity with that mindset of collaboration and collective action that not only can you accelerate change, but you can also make it a really great commercial opportunity for your business for the long term.
Good. I like that. So back to you, Jihan. How do you tailor your communication strategy to resonate with stakeholders from diverse cultural and geographical backgrounds?
So the way we tailor our messaging is by testing it. we don't assume that we know it all, and we don't assume that we understand all the cultures. So the majority of our clients are large organizations who are based in a minimum of 10 to 12 markets. And our role is to come in from the mothership, create the messages, and then localize it to the different regions. So again, normally the way we approach messaging is we like to test it with 3 different personalities within the organization. We test it with the cynics, who will find loopholes in our messaging. We test it with the poets, who are our advocates and who believe in the good of being sustainable. And we also test it with the curious, who would be asking difficult questions and who would be challenging us to think differently. So that's the first part, testing it. Now comes the localization part. How do we localize it? We don't assume that we know everything. So what we do is we give it to the local specialist and say, and this is where the power of anthropology comes in. We understand, we always do the network analysis, the organizational network analysis, where we need to understand who are the biggest, not sponsor, influencers. So who are the 3% influencers of the company who will have an influence on the 97% of the company? And then we send them the messages and say to them, can you help us localize it? And this is where the localization happens. And this is how we tailor it. And by the way, each audience have different agendas, different requirements, and different attention. And based on our stakeholder mapping, which we always design at the beginning of our engagement with the clients, we can then decide how often do we communicate with each stakeholders, what type of language should we use with them. So for example, if they're upper management, let's say senior leadership teams, the language we use is always financial language. It's the finance. What is the return of investment? Whereas if it's the middle managers, it's around how important are you? What's the role that you truly play? Because without you, middle managers, we won't succeed. So we boost their ego because they're the door blockers for us. If we don't have them on board, we lose the juniors and the rest of the employees. So this is how we tailor our messaging.
Okay. And so for what you're saying is basically understand the language of each stakeholder and address it accordingly.
Language, priority, okay, and agenda. Okay. Each stakeholder has a different agenda. And you just need to be smart enough to understand how to manage the different agendas of each stakeholder.
Okay. So Wissam, back to you. We touched on regulation very briefly. How do you balance regulatory compliance with crafting a compelling and digestible message for your stakeholders?
For me personally, I feel regulations are a great way for us to align our goals, to unify impact, and also it provides an amazing foundation for collaboration. So as an example, just going back to how regulation can impact your sustainability strategy as well, when you take the example of EU taxonomy or green taxonomy, I think it's an amazing example of how it accelerated the sustainable goals of the region. And there's some really great examples. I'm looking at the positive side of it. So some things that it accelerated was investment direction. So they've channeled a lot of investment towards projects that supported net zero, as well as that transparency. So in Oman, for example, regulators have just started to really start mandating on us sustainability objectives, either from the stock exchange or the Central Bank of Oman for financial institutions. And what I find is that it created an alignment towards common goals. So impact was on a larger scale. As well as that, I think regulatory compliance supports you in creating that sense of synergy and ownership and accountability as an organization. Before I get into how you create compelling messages, it's important to start at the strategic level of aligning or creating an integrated strategy that combines your corporate communications goals as well as considering your regulatory obligations. And again, going back to stakeholder engagement, it's very important for us to ensure that they're aware of all the regulations, but crafting it in very simplified language to them. So again, I've heard that being repeated several times today. For compelling messages and to be able to have that combination of aligning with regulations and reaching your goals, you need to have simplified language in your communication, not utilizing any jargon. You need to understand your audience and tailor-make all your messages towards them based on whatever cultures they come from or whatever segments they come from locally. Utilizing visual aids as well is very useful for you to communicate an integrated communication and complied strategy. So going back to digital marketing, it's an amazing platform for us to use video content, charts, moving infographics in general, to be able to share very digestible and relatable content. Along with that, storytelling. So in communications in general, we always try to create narratives that are relatable to our audience. And when you do that, even with any complex terms or terminology or promoting a strategy or an initiative, when you tell it through storytelling form, it is really more impactful. And transparency. I know Helen talked about making sure to communicate both the challenges and the successes. That gives you a sense of credibility. It gives you a sense of trust. Authenticity is very important. And so to answer your question, if that didn't answer it already, but regulations should be integrated within your strategy, and then from then on you have an integrated approach in how you communicate both.
But I find, so just to build on Wissam and what she was saying, I find regulation sometimes is hindering the effectiveness of the initiative designs. So I find, I don't know if you agree or disagree, but sometimes too much, I mean, don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
I love regulations. If anything, it's making my life a lot easier.
Yeah.
But sometimes so many regulations out there is impacting the quality of the initiatives, which makes it harder on us to communicate and not fall into the trap of greenwashing.
Yes. So, yes, there are some people who feel that regulations could impact innovation and creativity, if that's what you're trying to say. But when it comes to greenwashing, I tend to disagree. I feel that, and I can speak in the case of Sultanate of Oman, I started working in sustainability before we had regulations related to sustainability. And what I felt at that point is that we were doing things in silos. And there was no combined effort. There was no clarity in what we're trying to really reach, the goals we're trying to reach. With regulations, it is a double-edged sword, but with regulations, I feel there is a sense of clarity. So you need to be very clever about how you build a culture that has compliance in place, but at the same time has a sense of flexibility when it comes to messaging, while still maintaining the regulatory compliance. You need to be able to also have that sense of flexibility, and maybe if you have room to have a dialogue with regulators to explain as well any challenges as companies that we face, which we do as a banking sector. So in Oman, as banks and finance companies, we have regular dialogue with the Central Bank of Oman, our key regulator. Any circular that comes out is usually shared as a draft for us to comment on and share our experience. There's the Oman Bankers Association, where there are representatives. So usually, I'm not sure about other countries, but in Oman in specific, there's a lot of dialogues. The regulators make sure that the key stakeholders involved are involved before the regulation comes into place, and they take their inputs. With stock exchange, I was part of the group that was called in to look into the ESG metrics, just to give, it was a closed room, just to give our inputs as a public listed company. So that's my experience. But yeah, I totally respect that some people might see that it is a hindrance. Yeah.
Can I just pick up on that point as well? And I think, Wissam, I think you make a really good point. So I'm an entrepreneur, so I have an inherent dislike of any form of regulation because I prefer the creativity. And I think all of us as communicators and creative people on the stage, you know, we always feel like it's going to inhibit that creativity. However, I think in this one instance, just picking up on the point that Wissam made, regulation, I think, can act as a very sound safety net to protect business against greenwashing. Because the regulations are there to support a business in doing the right thing in the right way and providing that level playing field. So to the point that Wissam was saying about the regulation piece, it does provide a level of clarity for businesses. And I agree with you that region by region, if you're a global business, it can become complex. However, I do think that on this occasion, despite my inherent dislike, I think regulation is a good protector at times to support unintentional greenwashing.
To be honest, I think regulation is the best catalyst for the likes of Saloni's company. It's because of regulations that the larger organization will be partnering with you to advance their sustainability and reporting mechanism.
Exactly. At the moment, in the UK, there isn't a lot of regulation for smaller companies. The regulation only applies in terms of sustainability to very large companies, but we all know it's coming. So it's good for everybody to get into that mindset, to start thinking about it. And one way is the regulation is there to guide you. So it's quite nice to have, I think, some sort of guide, because otherwise it becomes very wishy-washy and nobody knows what they're doing.
Like the CSRD right now in Europe.
All right. Saloni, to you, what emerging trends in technology or communication strategies do you foresee playing a crucial role in DLDD awareness and stakeholder engagement?
So I think technology is going to and has already been playing a huge role within this sector. So for renewables, for example, satellite imagery has been a godsend to us. So we can pinpoint somebody's address. We know how many panels can go on a property, and the same way, without even having to physically go out and go and see any property. And this gives our customers a good indication of what is possible, what can be implemented on their systems. And I think with DLDD as well, satellite imagery will probably play a huge role in terms of you can probably plot out, again, like I said, I'm not an expert, but plot out a piece of land and then work out, what can go there and what can't. Another thing is access to data. We have huge amounts of access to data. Within my field, I mean, I've spent hours, if not days, behind multiple like sheets of Excel, looking at, daylight hours within the UK, looking at usage, looking at lots and lots of numbers, which is very complex. But what we do is we can look at all these numbers. We've been using AI to help us. And I think AI is huge, and it's just getting more and more prominent in not just this sector, but every sector. And it's been the most effective, it's been the most accessible to date in terms of like just giving out effective, access of information, analyzing information, presenting it to our clients. Like, it hasn't been easier than ever before. So I think AI is going to play a huge role in the future. In terms of communication, I think it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. It really depends on who your target market is, who you're trying to, because everyone accesses information in different ways. Everyone, like for example, if you're speaking to a farmer, they're probably not going to be looking at TikTok videos, for example. Whereas if you're maybe looking at, just a normal customer or somebody who owns a house, they might be looking at TikTok videos. And if you can show them what you're trying to communicate through. So for me, it would be renewables. and this has been a big deal in the UK at the moment. There's loads of TikTok videos on solar power, solar generation. And so I think it really depends on your target market. And this is not really an emerging communication strategy, but just reaching out to the younger generation, getting them up to speed with what's out there, the innovation that's out there. One of our clients was actually a nursery group, and after installing, we did a huge installation for them at the nurseries, and we went back a couple of months later to have a talk with the children. We read them a story, and then just said, oh, have you noticed the big black panels on your roofs? And then we just spoke to them in really simple language about how the sun's energy converts to, just turning that fridge on. I mean, the conversation went to how they loved couscous and, when it comes out of the fridge. But it was really interesting and really refreshing to see the younger generation being quite interested in something so simple. And some of them even went back to their parents, who came back to us to tell us that, oh, you guys do solar paneling. It'd be really interesting to hear more about it. So I think some things technologically advanced, yes, but sometimes it's easy to go just back to simple things, grassroots, and that works as well.
But I love technology, though. For me, technology, I absolutely love it when our clients are embedding new technologies into their solutions, because it provides me with the data to create the story and give a context of the story. Because so in the teachings I teach at Oxford, for example, I always say to them, don't tell me the story of Cinderella when she's in the carriage, because you will understand. If I tell you the story of Cinderella when she gets into the carriage, you will get a completely different context if I tell it to you from the beginning. And the data provides me with the full picture of where we are, where we're going, and how we're doing so. And the other thing as well that I absolutely love about technology is the ability to understand what are the type of behavioral nudges that we need to embed. So I'll give you an example. One of our clients, 75% of their employees are non-desk based, so they don't have access to computers. They are truck drivers. And we wanted to bring them on board. So what we did, on board of the strategy and the initiatives that we were rolling out. And what was interesting is we said to them, we're going to give you an incentive, £150 a month, if you become our champions and if you communicate what we are doing to our to your clients. And they said, yeah, we'll do so. And in return, we want some data from you, please, on what the clients are actually saying about our initiatives. It was great at the beginning because they loved the £150 per month. But then it phased out as the time went by. So what we did, we tweaked it slightly. We worked closely with HR and said, okay, let's try something different. Rather than give them the £100 per month, we will divide 150 per month. We're going to divide it into small chunks every week. And purely because we started paying them every week, for them, the mindset changed because they could see the money coming constantly. That changed their approach and made them more attentive to get us the data we wanted from the clients. And by the way, it's a waste management company. So the clients are us. They're collecting our garbage. And that small tweak, I wouldn't have got to that if I didn't have the data. And that's the power of technology, I think.
Exactly. Sorry. I was just going to say exactly. And we've got access to so much data in this day and age, and we'd be silly not to use it. We can use it, and we can use this data and give our customers really informed, really good information for them to make informed decisions.
No, I really love that story because I think it's a great example of consistent stakeholder engagement. So you're not doing it at the very start, you're not doing it at the very end. Yes, you've utilized data, but you're consistently moving and working with your stakeholders to carry out your objectives. I think it's brilliant, really. It's a great story. Yeah.
Can I just add as well, and I'm going to challenge a little bit here. I think data is great, and I think the example that you gave is spot on. But I think, and it was something that we talked about earlier, data for data's sake can be overwhelming. And I think particularly with sustainability,
I agree with you.
let's be honest, a lot of the time there's a lot of data.
Yeah.
It's not very interesting, and it's very complex
We don't
to
know
communicate,
how to analyze
right?
it either. Yeah.
So I think it comes back to, and I think all of us on this panel would probably agree, that what we were saying at the start about strategy, about where is the organization going, sustainability being fully embedded in that business strategy and that journey of where that business is going, and then bringing in the data, which you exactly did, of then saying, how does that, where are those stories within all of that data that aligns directly with our business North Star of where we're heading? Because it's in that process that you find that communication in those stories. And I think that's the creative bit. That's probably the bit that we all really love, to find those elements and help keep that momentum going that Wissam just mentioned as well.
Okay. So with social media, is it TikTok? Is it LinkedIn? Is it YouTube? What
Everything.
what platforms are most effective for you guys in terms of your strategy?
I think it depends on how old you are, really.
It depends on the target audience. So at the strategic level, you need to identify who your audience is, and then decide what platform suits them best. It could be a combination of several platforms. I loved, Saloni, when you said that sometimes it's just that grassroots, corporate comm doesn't, it's true, it doesn't always have to be just digital marketing or digital communication. It can be a combination of using thought leaders, experts, going out there to the community, especially with sustainability, just speaking to the language that resonates well with the target audience that you are targeting. But when it comes to social media, yes, it could be a combination, or it could be one platform, it could be no platform at all. So it depends on your strategy. Yeah.
I would agree with that, and I'd also say I think one way that I think is really successful is actually sharing a platform with another organization or with a different organization completely. We see a lot of success happen when particularly a business decides to do direct collaboration or partnership with an NGO or a charity, for example, that is directly aligned or linked or in partnership to a sustainability initiative. But that actually the communication is not necessarily being driven through the business, but the communication is going through that NGO or that charity, and it's the NGO telling the story for the business, not the business itself. Why is this important? Well, I think we all know for many reasons, there's a lot more credibility that comes along when someone else tells your story. Wissam very kindly mentioned our conversation last night in the car. So when someone else is telling your story that is a credible organization, that level of authenticity goes up by a magnitude. So I think being really strategic about the partnerships that you make and collaborating on communication through that partnership as well is really important. But I know also, Jihan, you do a huge amount in terms of that partnership and that dialogue that you have with employees and helping employees be champions as well.
My superpower is employees. Frankly speaking, if there is one channel I highly recommend, is employees. They are your TikTok, they are your LinkedIn, they are your consumers, customers, investors. For me, that's where I always advise our clients to focus on. However, I am not taking away from external communications. I am not. It's just that I personally believe that's my superpower. But just going back to partnership and being careful who you partner with is extremely important. I'll give you an example. One of the leading carbon offset companies in the UK is called Ecology, and it's fast growing. They've decided to partner with one of the investors, the equivalent of Shark Tank, but we have it as a Dragon's Den, and his name is Stephen Bartlett. So they've decided to partner with him. Yes, he's an ethnic minority founder. Yes, he's a millionaire. Yes, he's extremely successful, but he's not known to be a sustainability champion, or other than he invests in sustainable businesses and he cycles to work. That's it. He's not known to live a sustainable life. The backlash that this company had purely because he was the face of the campaign is unbelievable. And this is why Ipsos, they've launched a new survey on who would you trust as a credible spokesperson. And guess what? The number one was a doctor. People believed in doctors, surprisingly, they believed in and trusted librarians. I genuinely don't know how or why. And pilots. Pilots was number two. For you have to always be careful, and I think this is our role as communication senior management to say, be careful. Do your due diligence before you just jump into the partnership with an NGO or with a celebrity, before you go out and talk about your initiatives.
All right. Thank you. All right. Do we have any questions in the audience?
We have two questions, apparently.
Hi, thank you so much for the very insightful panel session. I'm Ghania. I work for an environmental NGO from Oman. You've covered some very important areas related to who you're talking to, what are you saying, what to measure. But I think considering just where I come from and where I work, time and capacity is a real issue. And I'd love to hear from any of you advice or suggestions on how to implement a successful, impactful communication strategy within a fair amount of time, considering other responsibilities, considering this person might be a one-man show or one-woman show. So I think I would appreciate some insights on that.
Who wants to go first?
I'll go first if you like. I think that's a great question. So I guess practical tips, I would say I would look to seek to plan out your strategy over the course of 1 year. Align it directly back with the business like we spoke about, that overarching business strategy. I would choose some very impactful moments throughout the year where you can get the biggest ROI in terms of your impact. And then I would balance that out with some ongoing drumbeat of consistency throughout the year as well. And I would balance out the two. So some core moments throughout your year, but a consistent drumbeat of communication across the year as well. And I would always say, focus on 2-3 maximum of your key overarching message of areas that you want to focus. Have one core message, and underneath that say, based on that message, we're going to focus on this area and this area, and that's where we're going to go. And we're going to achieve this by the end of the year. And just focus on that, and know that there will always be other things that you can communicate on year after year after year. And I guess often the challenge we face internally within an organization is to say, but what about this? And what do we do about this? Oh, but isn't this a priority? I think it's always therefore good to have that strategy to take everyone back to and say, yeah, we're aware, it's in the plan, but it's not this year's plan. This year's plan is to focus on X. You can always adapt and change, but I think if time is tight and resources tight, it's about staying super focused and giving yourself a few moments throughout the year where you can really shine and make an impact.
I would add to that, make sure you have clear objectives at the start when you're building your strategy. Establish key messages, just like Helen said. But very importantly, make sure you engage with your stakeholders throughout the process. It's very important for them to have that sense of ownership, for them to feel, to be able to resonate more to your messages later as well. And emphasize on authenticity and transparency, especially in the line of work that you're in, Ghania, I know, it's very important to utilize authentic data, tell a story through transparent information and authentic information, and stay consistent. That's very important. Stay consistent in the way you engage with your stakeholders, in the way you send out your messages as well. Yeah.
Can I just add? Sorry, Saloni. You need to think as a businesswoman. You need to think, would this campaign return funds and finance? يعني, would it return profit if I do it? Because the issue we're facing as communication professionals, we don't think the same way as our SLTs are thinking. We are very engrossed in the politics that happens internally, that we don't have as time to step back and think, okay, if I am doing a campaign in Breast Cancer Day, let's say, what does that mean for me? How much investment will it take? How much ROI will it give me back? And what does that mean to the growth of the company? And that would be my only advice, because you already know how to communicate. You already know the basics and you know everything about strategy. But you just need to change your mindset. That would be my advice.
So I was just going to say the same thing. You need to have a purpose, and I think all very valid points. But I also think, like, as a startup that I'm in, don't suffer in silence. If you don't have the time, try and utilize, the resources that you have around you as well. Don't just try and like make time out of nowhere to try and get your strategies or try and get something done. You use your resources. Yeah.
And it's a balance between whether it's internal or external, right? Where you need to get external, invite them in, yeah, and they could give you a fresh perspective. All right. Any more questions?
Yes, thank you very much, ladies. Very informative session. My name is Haifa. I'm from Saudi Industrial Development Fund. I have zero communication experience, but I have a question as a person. I actually have one comment and two questions, if you don't mind. As a person who's interested in sustainability, the comment first is, of course, we trust pilots more than our parents, Jan. Of course. That's the first thing. The first question is, from your experience, ladies, when you meet clients, what's their priority? Is it how to treat their client? Is it the carbon footprint because they want to announce it and they want to have good publicity? And so usually what is the first priority for any company when they want to have sustainable strategy? And do you think it is genuine or it's because of the regulations and the pressure from all over the world? And one, sorry, silly question, but I just want to understand the example you mentioned, Jihan. So if I walk additional 5 minutes, I'll save half pool. But
That was just
an
example, yes.
But the bus is still out, so the carbon is still burning, and there is a bus already going from the underground station to my house. But I am walking, and still the carbon is there. Someone is using else the carbon. So how personally can I save? Is it by not using the bus, so they will see no demand, they will stop this route? Is this how
It
you
won't
think
be
about
realistic
it?
not to use the bus. It depends on where you're living, of course. But the example I gave was to showcase that you can actually, so for example, when I fly here, I fly economy. I don't fly business. Why? Because...
Your problem.
I'm sorry?
Your problem. Personal problem.
That is I enjoy it. But one of the reasons why I do that is because the carbon footprint of the economy class is different than the carbon footprint of the business class. So by that small change, I am making an impact personally. Yet again, still, there is still carbon coming from the airplane. But for me to make the difference, I've reduced my carbon footprint. So it's an individual effort. And if I do that, I get rewarded by my employer. So that was the idea. Okay, but then the next question.
So can I just, you said in our experience, what is the priority of our customers? And are they genuine about the sustainability? What we have found is, yes, they all want to be sustainable. The regulations are coming. But I think their priority is, what is our return on investment? What is the cost? It's very financially driven. So by showing them that actually you don't have to forego on the finance to be sustainable, they can go hand in hand together. And that's what we're working towards. In terms of how can you personally make an impact to reduce your carbon footprint, there are things out there. You can go solar. So, and you would be reducing a lot of your carbon footprint because you wouldn't be using oil and gas to heat your house up, or you can move to EV, electric vehicles. So there are options if each person wants to make a change. And I think the vision for us is for everybody to make a change, to make those local changes to become a national change, to eventually become a global change.
I would add to that. So in finance, it started off with the stakeholders. So in fact, the young generation pushing and asking questions about sustainability. So when intermediaries like us go, we're like, yes, we're required to. That's how it starts. But the change is coming. As long as there's progress, the change is coming. So people may come and it may seem like they have an end goal in mind. As long as the focus is ensuring that they're keeping that sustainability in their mindset. It will take 1 generation, 2 generations, but by the time you and I are sitting in 10 years, it's a different landscape. Nobody will be talking about, oh, there's a balance between sustainability and returns. We know that the returns have priced in everything required. We're paying back and reinvesting into the environment, reinvesting into the social aspect. And so that balances out the overall return without compromising any of those factors. All right.
I'd say specifically for communications, businesses are, I guess, coming to us to say, how do I communicate this significant investment and commitment that we are making as a business? How do I see that rate of return? And they're not necessarily thinking of rate of return in terms of a monetary value, but they're also seeing it in terms of a brand value. And that also ultimately has an economic cost. So I think they're looking to see, given all of this investment that we're making in sustainability, I need to see that this is being seen. How can you help me ensure that it is seen? So I think that's one. I think the other thing is, and we perhaps haven't touched on it, is also, what is the cost if I don't do this? What does that mean to my business long term, 10, 15, 50 years in the future? Is it a business that wants a long-term legacy? Then the cost to your business is significant if you don't do something now. So I think there are two different reasons why often a business would come to us to say, how can we communicate? On the point about being genuine, I believe that the CEOs and a lot of the leadership teams that I meet are genuine. But I also believe that the regulation that we talked about, the point around legacy, about where that business is trying to head, are all factors of why they are starting to push more and more. So I think it comes from a personal drive. A lot of these people, some of the CEOs, they have families, they have young children, and they're thinking about the legacy that they are going to be leaving behind personally, but also as a business owner, what's the legacy that I, as the CEO of this organization, want to leave behind as well? So I think it's wrapped up in a number of things, both personal and a kind of genuine desire to help the business grow for the long term.
So I represent the client side of this question, I think. As a finance institution, when we start delving into sustainability and investing in sustainable product services, we look absolutely at the return on investment, but also on another end, like Helen said, you've actually covered it all, social return on investment, which impacts your brand. It's very important for us when we speak to our boards or to our management to show really how much of an impact and an opportunity it is for us to enter into such initiatives. And Helen made a very important point, because at this point in time, with the demand for such initiatives and such change, if an organization does not jump into that wagon, they are missing out. So there are serious repercussions if we don't support. From the financial industry point of view, it's very important for us to understand the impact that we create, or the largest impact really, is through our investments and our financing. And that's why we need to focus on responsible financing. Now, to answer the second question about you walking in the bus, I think every step counts in sustainability. Every step is progress. Whatever you do on a daily basis, even if it's small steps, really helps. We don't always have to think about the large collaborative efforts, you know? We need to think small steps as people, as individuals. So if you decide to walk rather than taking the bus, that's your step, and that counts. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, everyone. It's been wonderful hearing your different perspective. And given that we've gone over time, I would like us to end here. And please thank the panelists for me. This has been a brilliant discussion. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And welcome to today's session on the challenges and opportunities of investing in the green tech startups. My name is Asim Danish. I am an investment manager working for Chaos Innovation Ventures, and I will be your host today, and I'm honored to moderate a panel discussion. But before we go there, let me say some few words about the session. Everybody knows that there is a global transition towards sustainability and climate resilience, and there is no longer a choice for the whole world to work on this. Green tech startups are at the forefront, of course, of this movement, offering alternative solutions that challenge the status quo. However, while these companies are working towards this, they still hold great promise. They face unique challenges, particularly in securing investments and also in scaling their technologies effectively. That said, let me introduce our keynote speaker for today, Ms. Sarah Al-Hajri, the Assistant Resident Representative AI at UNDP. Sarah is a development professional with over 15 years of experience with the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, in Saudi Arabia. She began her journey at the UN Resident Coordinator Office, where she spent 7 years honoring her expertise in the UN Joint Programme and interagency collaboration. This role provided her with a deeper understanding of the UN systems and strategic positioning of UNDP within a global development efforts. She then began as a team leader for the governance and sustainable development portfolio at UNDP, where she worked on a number of development projects aimed at advancing governance reforms, sustainable development, and capacity building initiatives. Sarah also holds a master's degree in international relations from Webster University. Please join me in welcoming Sarah.
Thank you, Dr. Asim, for the nice introduction. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we stand at the crossroads of innovation and necessity. Green tech startups are not just businesses. They are our frontline defense against climate change and environmental degradation. Let's explore the transformative potential of this sector and the opportunities it presents for sustainable growth. Green tech startups are pivotal in tackling climate challenges. Innovations like carbon capture, reforestation monitoring, and renewable energy solutions are shaping industries. For example, the global carbon capture market is projected to grow from 2.4 billion in 2023 to 16.5 billion by 2031, showcasing the sector's promise. The renewable energy market is projected to more than double by 2030, reaching 2.5 trillion. These technologies are crucial, especially in regions like Middle East and North Africa, where innovations in agriculture and early warning systems are mitigating the impact of climate risks. Water scarcity is a pressing global issue, and green tech startups are offering solutions through desalination, water recycling, and precision irrigation. Precision irrigation alone is expected to grow to 6.29 billion by 2029. In the Gulf, where up to 90% of water comes from desalination, technologies that optimize water usage are essential. Energy storage and smart grid technologies are essential for sustainable energy systems. By 2030, the global energy storage market is expected to grow to more than twice its current size. Investments in low-carbon hydrogen have surged, reflecting the growing confidence in innovative solutions for clean energy storage and distribution. Blended finance combining public and private funding can reduce the risks associated with green tech ventures. Development banks and multilateral agencies play a crucial role in facilitating this, particularly in high-cost sectors like renewable energy. The growth of voluntary and compliance carbon markets offers startups new avenues for scaling their carbon capture technologies. Transparent pricing mechanisms and supportive policies will encourage broader participation. Green innovation hubs foster collaboration among startups, academia, and industry. For instance, hubs focused on desert agriculture in the MENA region are advancing hydroponics, vertical farming, and algae-based biofuels. Startups led by youth and women in emerging markets drive inclusive development. Mentorship, funding, and market access are critical to empowering these underrepresented groups in green entrepreneurship. Decentralized solutions like solar microgrids provide sustainable energy to rural areas, transforming local economies. Agritech tailored for smallholder farmers enhances productivity and resilience to climate shocks. Cross-border collaborations can amplify the impact of green tech solutions, enabling knowledge transfer and innovation sharing. Governments must simplify regulations and foster international partnerships. Startups must adopt robust frameworks like impact measurement and management for measuring and reporting ESG outcomes. Transparent reporting not only attracts investment, but also ensures accountability. AI and blockchain are transforming green tech. Examples include AI-driven resource optimization and blockchain-based carbon trading platforms, both of which improve efficiency and transparency. Stable regulatory frameworks, such as consistent renewable energy tariffs, are essential. Involving startups in policy design ensures practical implementation and builds trust. Financial instruments like green bonds and sustainably linked sukuk are unlocking capital for green tech startups. Educating both startups and investors about these tools is key to scaling sustainable solutions. Investing in green tech startups is more than a financial opportunity. It is an investment in our planet's future. By supporting these innovations, we can drive sustainable growth, empower communities, and build a resilient world for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. That was very insightful. I'm sure the policymakers have a big role to play in this space. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And now it's time to start our discussion on this panel again, to remind you of the subject, the challenges and opportunities of investing in this on green startups. Now, we are very fortunate today. We have very distinguished panelists, each bring a unique perspective. We have people from the policymaking side. We have people from the private sector and also people from the investor side. Let me first introduce our first panelist, Mr. Sultan Al-Saif, the Executive Director of Technology and Innovation at the Saudi Investment Recycling Company, SERC. Welcome, Mr. Sultan. As you all know, SERC is a PIF subsidiary as well. Sultan is also a MISC 2030 leader and expert in sustainability and circular economy. He has led multiple initiatives such as establishing a circular economy R&D applied solution center at KAUST along with SERC. We are friends. He also developed SERC's ESG and decarbonization strategies. In addition, Sultan serves on multiple boards, including SERC subsidiaries as well as other boards. He is also a partner at a Safe Holding Group. Welcome, Sultan, to the panel. Next, we have Dr. Vito Entini. Dr. Vito, welcome on stage. Dr. Vito is the Regional Chief Economist at the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, with a strong focus on development economics. Vito provides a global perspective on sustainable investment trends and the integration of green technologies. It's a pleasure to have you, Vito, on stage. Finally, we have Mr. Muhammad Tariq. Welcome, Mr. Muhammad. Mr. Muhammad Tariq is the Chief Sustainability Officer of Tanmiya Food Company. His expertise lies in creating sustainable and halal healthy protein solutions, ensuring that food systems are aligned with the environmental goals. Welcome on stage, Mr. Muhammad. And just to remind you, this is Asim Danish. I am the investment manager coming from KAUST Innovation Ventures. I have to do with this kind of investment, and I would like to take this opportunity as well to see if there is something we can add on the table. So let me start here with some themes on the discussion we have today. And I know we're talking about the challenges and opportunities, but I'd like to start with the most important one, the opportunity. I'm an investor. So I would like to talk about the opportunities first. And from an opportunity perspective, and my question to Sultan, if you may, Sultan. Now, green tech startups are offering transformative solutions across diverse industries. From your perspective, what are the most promising opportunities within the green tech sector, and how can investors like me, effectively identify and support those innovations?
Well, thank you very much, Asim, for the question and having me. I would say that, coming in from or being in the Saudi Investment Recycling Company, I will say definitely a circular economy poses as one of the cornerstones for green tech investments. Of course, I mean, this is an angle not because I represent SERC, but also I would say that in terms of need and demand, there are several green tech solutions that can be deployed in circular economy, which are in dire need in the current ecosystem. So let me just start up with very quick figures and numbers. So as per the Saudi Green Initiative, the mandate to achieve landfill diversion is 90% by 2040. And if we look into the current ecosystem and the current numbers for landfill diversion, you will find that it's just less than 5%. So this actually, I mean, this target and this ambitious target sets out the huge need that would be required to achieve that from a technology perspective, because this landfill diversion would never be achieved without having the right technology and the right technical solutions being applied. Well, of course, one could argue that to achieve such a huge shift and to get to the targets that we want to reach from a kingdom perspective, you would want to go into scalable commercial solutions. But at the same time, I would say that these solutions would have to cater for the specificities and the particularities for the situation that is in kingdom. Let me, again, take in, for example, and for the sake of giving out figures and numbers, Japan. So in Japan, you see that there's sorting at source. In some locations, I can tell you that in Yokohama, for such, I mean, there are 15 different bins if you want to throw something. I mean, this is at least in some locations. So you would be deterred sometimes from actually even creating waste. But the point here that I wanted to make is the infrastructure of the waste management system over there was built based on these specifics. Hence, it was designed in a way where this specific waste stream would be treated in that or other. But for our situation in the kingdom, we still are operating a single bin ecosystem. Of course, with the National Center of Waste Management and the regulators, this is being shifted towards the requirements, whatever the number of bins are. But the technological advancements, and this is, I would say, the angle that we want to overcome, is where can we find these single bin solutions, and again, on that specific aspect of municipal solid waste, that can cater for the specific condition in Saudi to get us to the landfill diversion goals that we want to achieve. So I would say, answering your point, circular economy is definitely one of the green tech sectors that is to be, I mean, we have to keep an eye on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Circular economy is definitely a great opportunity for investors. V2, I'm sure you have an input from, given that you come from UNDP. What's your, if you can shed some light on the opportunities available as well?
So from a technical solution perspective, the opportunities are simply huge, amazing. We are now, some say, in agriculture 4.0 stage, where you have so many solutions that are applicable to production modalities. So you have a vertical farming, precision farming, and of course, the aspects related to less use of natural resource, reuse of some of the inputs. And also, you have aspects related in terms of innovation to even nature, potentially nature credits. We talk all the time about carbon credits, but that's an area that we see emerging. And then a number of applications across the board that are related to data analytics, that are related to Internet of Things, that are related to AI, obviously, that basically can provide not only in different sectors specific solutions, but actually combining them together can bring the whole level of productivity and the footprint, environmental footprint, to a different perspective. So the opportunities are huge. The second part of your question was in terms of, okay, but what are the investors', let's say, role in trying to capture those opportunities? And that's the other part of the story that is important to keep together with the first topic. And here we have many aspects that investors, I think there is a lot of lesson learned over the last 10 years, 10 to 20 years. One aspect is, okay, we are talking about a galaxy of different investors. There are very heterogeneous investors that try to address a different specific aspects of the so-called investment chain. We are talking about startups here in this session, and within the startup universe, you will have startups that face different challenges. At the very initial stage, pre-seed stage, at the seed stage of the process, and the post-seed stage of the process. So one aspect that the investors really can play in terms of impact and playing a big role in supporting those startups is being patient. Because that's not an obvious thing. There is, we all know, a mismatch between the challenges of a startup at a very initial stage and the need of some of the investors to have profitability and a kind of right risk management matrix, right? The second aspect is related to their very important role in partnering together. And I hope this session will also talk a lot about partnership because it's such an historical moment that we are going through in terms of innovation, in terms of all these solutions, that partnering is the only way to capture this systemic tidal wave of change, of innovation. The third aspect that I see for investors to play a critical role, a catalyst role, is also to use increasingly standards. We have been talking about for over the last 30 years about international ESG standards, but the investment community is moving more and more towards impact management and measurement, towards SDG impact standards. And I hope, and then of course there are international standards that are being also consolidating. Think of TCFD and ISSB and the IFRS role in trying to standardize all these standards. So that is also another area where there is a lot of potential.
Thank you very much. I like the part about the patient capital because that requires also a mind shift from the investor side. Thank you very much. Mr. Mohammed, you come from the foods industry and it has to do a lot with green tech startups. So would like to hear from you about the opportunities, especially on the domain of foods, if you like.
First of all, thank you, Asim, to invite me and to present the experience which we have in Tanmia. The question basically is relative. Like the answer to this question is relative because it depends on where you are. So if you ask me this question and I can answer you on with the perspective of Tanmia and especially in Saudi Arabia and GCC, I believe that Tanmia is working on a lot of initiatives, but what we have found is that waste management is the biggest opportunity. Traditionally, we are considering waste as previously, like for example, waste from livestock as a source of fertilizer. But if we look at it in a different perspective, in a circular economy perspective, as Mr. Sultan has mentioned, it is a renewable source. So because the waste, for example, I will give you what in the poultry, the biggest waste is the poultry manure. It is coming from the farmhouses. It is mostly consisted of 30 to 40% of the bio-waste, like wood shaving or rice husk or something like this. So, and the rest is also a biological, you can say biomass, which is renewable, like it is coming, it is produced through photosynthesis. So it is already carbon negative, but if you throw it in the landfill or just even in compost is like 100-year-old process. It will come back to emit the same carbon. But there are now technologies available and very advanced technologies which can convert this into carbon neutral or carbon negative material like biochar. And the energy you can produce, it can be renewable. So we are working on one project which can give us 5.2 megawatt of electricity and almost 75 tons of biochar per day, which will give us which will help us if we calculate the carbon credits. So it will help us in sequester almost 20 to 25% of our carbon emissions. One is this, like, but we have to look at different with a different lens of the waste. Like biochar can be used in even carbon nanotubes. Biochar can be used in construction, road construction, and filtration. So the technology is coming where the waste is now more valuable as the main product, more than valuable as compared to the main product. So you can earn more money in chicken, in bio waste management as compared to in chicken. The other thing is, in the perspective of Saudi Arabia, is basically, you can say there is a lot of opportunity in optimization of the processes. because in the food sector, optimization means that you directly impacting the greenhouse gas emissions and even the deforestation. For example, if am I using less feed, I'm using less grains. 90% of feed is grain for chicken, and it's the biggest cost also. So I'm not only reducing my cost, I'm also reducing the burden on the land, the application of chemical fertilizer, the deforestation, the water consumption, the transportation even. So by just optimizing the operations, you are basically reducing the carbon emission. The opportunity here is basically to digitalize and use the IoTs to capture the data so that you can address the pain points, and you can remove the wastages, the redundancy, and you can say the inefficiency in the system. The third part is basically to convert, because Saudi Arabia is a vast country and there is a lot of land available, but most of the land, due to water stress, it is not cultivable. So there are technologies. For example, there are companies here. You can visit that companies. They are working on converting desert to cultivable land. There is a special kind of irrigation systems which reduce water by 70–80%. So all these things, I think, in Saudi Arabia perspective, there's a lot of opportunity to work on that, and I believe that this is the time which, if those companies who can take first mover advantage, they will be very successful in the future. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
So there are more opportunities to be open, especially if we tap into the technology and innovation, which is another theme that we will be talking about in the few minutes that is coming. But before we jump into that theme, thank you very much for talking about the opportunities. We'd like to address now the challenges, because apparently all startups playing in this field are also having challenges, either funding or scaling up or this kind of stuff. So the question is, this kind of investment in this field, normally it comes with its own challenge. I see this from an investment point of view. Those entrepreneurs coming with these ideas, they require a lot of capital. It's capital intensive sometimes, or the ROIs are not very certain. They're not very clear, and the investor wants to know when to put my money and when to get my money back. Or the technology is very risky. So my question, and maybe I will start with Sultan, what strategies or frameworks do you believe are the most effective to overcome these challenges or to create a thriving ecosystem for green tech investments so that the investor feel comfortable?
So I'll answer this actually from an investor perspective.
Yeah.
So from our side, I mean, within CERC's technology and innovation, and as part of the drivers in our internal ecosystem, what we've done is that we have created a certain measure where it is built based on an index that looks at the impact of this specific investment. Because again, from our side, we are, of course, we're an investment company, but at the same time, we're a mandate-driven investment entity. So I'll start off by speaking about the specific challenges from the eyes of CERC, and then I'll speak about it in a more broad term. But from CERC's perspective, I would say that the main challenge is sometimes is in the scale-up. So whenever we run opportunities through the our indexing regime, we see that yes, it can create a great environmental impact positively, and there is a great potential from an IP perspective. There is something new created there, but sometimes it's not always the new shiny thing being the best thing to go with. I mean, we might, to achieve our overall mandate and target, we might just go with the conventional processes. So we don't really have to reinvent the wheel. But at the same time, I would say that the main challenge from an overall investment, I would say, perspective, and as Mr. Vito mentioned, is the fact that you would have to have this patient capital. So you would know, you have to assess what is your stamina, and how we looked at it actually, we segmented the opportunities in different buckets. So we know that this is an investment that is a moonshot, and we are consciously putting in whatever requirements that we need to do, grants or whatever, into that moonshot bucket. But at the same time, there are further prioritization. We try to, we still have to respond to our shareholders. We have to create these returns. So we try to minimize this kind of opportunities. But at the same time, we focus on the impact-driven investment to drive the scale-up forward.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And I'm sure Vito has another perspective to add to the challenges we have here.
Complementary one.
Yeah.
Well, the challenges are simply huge. I don't know where to start from. Let's start on the supply side, on the farming side, for example. In middle and low-income countries, you will typically have very small farmers in terms of size. And that is already a challenge while it helps a livelihood at the local micro level. Adopting technologies that are highly human capital and financial capital intensive is a different ballgame. So that fragmentation is already a kind of initial threshold that needs to be overcome in terms of adoption or thinking of adopting, without mentioning the scalability part. Then you have a universe, an ocean of different technical solutions. Think of a farmer or a small businessman who doesn't have this background. Which one should I go for? Which one is more convenient, is more cost-effective, will increase the productivity? Not all small businesses, none of them actually have a chief technical officer in their organigram, right? That's the second one. And now, if we want to start mentioning the financial challenges, that's another ocean. We were talking before the session started on how many startups don't see the seed and post-seed stage in the investment process. There are all kinds of estimates, but many estimate that up to 90% of startups don't make it through the pre-seed, the conception stage, the idea. There are a lot of great researchers that are good at the technical level, but running a business is a different set of skills that are needed. So that is already the starting point. If we give it for granted or for good that 90% of startups will not make it through, there are a lot of nice, interesting, good ideas that could be scalable. That's already a challenge that needs to be addressed. Coming from a developmental agency, this is to me a big concern. Then you have the second stage, the seed stage, where basically you need to be ready and to attract investors to have a nice plan that can be useful for them, for these businesses, for these startups, to start planning and show that there is a good investment opportunity there. And then you have this issue of mismatch between the short and the long term. Here we are talking about solutions that take time. Time to be adopted, time to be commercialized, and time also to see some profitability. In one of the sessions that KAUST hosted, a good one, interesting one of the panelists was saying for 5 years we didn't make any profit. So it's not just an issue of, okay, I have an equity investor, I have a venture capital at a certain point, or a business angel that I want to invest is, okay, but in the meantime, you have your staff, you have your colleagues that need to have a salary as well. And then there is the whole issue related to the policy environment and framework. Not all contexts are conducive for this, to address all these challenges. So one aspect is the important role of policymakers to try to address those challenges. both in terms of standards, both also in terms of the whole ecosystem that needs to thrive to address all these different challenges, aspects. And, but also the broader aspects related to typical small business day-to-day operations to reduce their cost of access to capital, to have less asymmetry of information between the supplier and the demand side. So all these aspects need to come together, and that's part of the discussion.
Thank you. I'm sure trying to strike a balance among the interests of all these stakeholders is a big challenge. I would agree on that. Mohammed, you are in charge of the sustainability in your company. So from that perspective, how do you perceive the challenge?
So from our perspective, I will give you the story which, or the case study which we have in Tanmia is the Grand Challenge. We launched the Grand Challenge, $1 million Grand Challenge. The purpose of that was to incentivize the innovators so that when they have the technology which is good for environment, they can be easily commercialized. Now, the biggest barrier in startups is basically the commercialization of these technologies. And for example, these startups are usually coming from the universities. University support, for example, limited support. Maybe they give you some office space, or just like in CAUS, for example, they give you some funding. But to commercialize the technology, the companies are not willing to adopt the technologies because they are doing the business as usual. Like, for example, in my company, we say, okay, manure is or poultry waste is a waste. For a long time, the people are just throwing it in the agriculture land or somewhere dumping in the municipality or something. But we basically launched the Grand Challenge, and we say, no, we want to incentivize the people who can give us the technology to make it carbon neutral and also to add value to the company in terms of financial value, in terms of cost cutting. So all these three things we fulfill, and we apply for a patent, and this startup is now is coming from a coast also. So the biggest barrier is basically to adopt this technology, and the companies, the big corporations should work as a startup funding, or like they should have the programs to fund the startups so that they can they take a you can say a flight, and they can like commercially demonstrate the technology, the viability of their technology. Then it will easy for other companies to adopt their technology, and that is, I think, in more experience was one of the biggest lesson which we learned from that these scientists, these innovators should be incentivized, they should be funded, so that without any, like, for example, the prize money is a prize money. When we award the money, we did not say we will give us what return. This is just the prize money, $1 million. You want to do it, anything you want to do, but they promise that we will spend on the further development of the technology. But what I'm saying is that, like, there are based on the study, there are more than 50% of the technologies which we depend on 1.5 degrees centigrade temperature increase is still under, under technology readiness study, maybe 3 or 4. And these technologies should be, give the opportunity to take a risk on that. Like, we should take a risk on, we should move forward, because if we are not taking the risk, how can we move forward? So I think this is the biggest barrier in terms of investment, and investor will also believe on something which is commercially available, because investor main focus is the bottom line, the how much they want return. Return on investment will, if you do not know about the market, like in case of, for example, in the biochar project, most of the time, even in my company, the management say, where is the market? We said there is a big market in America, in Europe, but they say, where is the market in Saudi Arabia? So the market has to be developed. You have to go to the farmers, you develop the brand name, you show the studies, like different studies, and also you practically know that the technology, for example, you are even adopting from other countries, from Europe or from America, and you like you use their technology here, it should be compatible to this environment. So all these things need to take a risk, and the corporations should take a risk. And without that taking a risk, we cannot move forward.
Apparently, technology and innovation play a big role, either creating opportunities or making a challenge. And that will actually take me to the third theme, which is basically specifically talking about technology and innovation. Now, everybody recently is talking about the emerging technologies in place. We have AI, we have IoT, we have the blockchain, and all these technologies that are making revolutions among other technologies and actually changing industries in different spaces, let alone green tech as well. So my question, and Sultan, you are in charge of the technology and innovation in CERC. How do you see these technologies, the emerging ones, the new ones, driving innovation and sustainability? And what can investors do to leverage these advancements to accelerate the growth of green tech startups and probably also to manage some risk?
Well, I would say, Asim, that this is definitely a whole new avenue. I mean, if you talk about investments into deep tech, again, I will focus maybe in my bit here on circular economy deep tech. Is that definitely there are many applications that can actually achieve unlocking the potential for circular economy. I'll just give a few examples, maybe since you mentioned blockchain as well. So one of the challenges that are seen in Saudi is overseeing or tracking the waste management in terms of the collection. So one of the advanced processes that we can leverage is definitely having the right blockchain processes where we would be able to track, I mean, with the right RFID, the right hardware ecosystem, where each ton of waste, whenever it's disposed, we can tell where this actually is being disposed or where it's being dumped, if there is any illegal dumping that happens, like whatever that happens with construction and demolition waste. Another example of where AI can also supplement waste treatment. So we started with the pre-collection or the collection, and even from the treatment perspective, AI technologies can also be leveraged. And I'll mention maybe a few without specifying the company names. We're working with some startups actually out of not only in Saudi but also international that we're trying to localize in integrating the processes for the sorting of waste in the material recovery facilities, sorting lines, identifying the different materials compositions, created what's so-called the augmented human kind of process, where it becomes a human-assisted process where it can detect on the sorting line itself the different compositions of plastics through Vision AI. And then this can be determined, and it gives in specific sensors where you would have to place each part of waste. So I would say that definitely it's opening up, or deep tech is opening up a whole new venture in the climate tech or the green tech as a whole. And some of the applications that I just mentioned in circular economy is a true resemblance of where this can actually be deployed.
Absolutely, absolutely. V2, how does UNDP look at this?
I can tell you from my perspective, because I work for a big organization. One aspect is, I mean, we as an organization, we define ourselves as integrators of solutions and to complex problems, right? The integration is a key word we were referring to in the first round. So, and the risking as well. So here we're talking about deep tech solutions that will entail a different or a new level of the risking solutions. Here, we're talking about pooling different investors, for example, in the same complex solution, because the risk is too high for a single investor. Here we are talking about not just a guarantee, but also insurance mechanism, solutions for mid to large ticket size investment, for example. And also, when it comes to the banking sector, lending, there are solutions like syndicated loans. Of course, you have a first loss, and equity solutions, and mezzanine, and so on and so forth. So there are so many. The problem is to bring all this together. When it comes to medium-sized and large-sized ticket item. And this is the kind of catalyst investment that we would like to see. And we'll be happy to cooperate and support to that effect. That's one. Second is really starting to have these standards taking more and more, let's say, leverage and grip on the markets of investors when it comes to the kind of type of investment you want to see. Using the right key performance indicators to measure the impact of those investments in the medium and long term as well. And third is to bring a bit of solutions on the finance side that you can see at the international level, like initiatives that can be brought at the local level. So all this, what does it mean? The implications is we need to come up together with a kind of an integrated platform where from very early stage to a very mature stage, there is a kind of a continuum, because one of the aspects that there is so much fragmentation in the solutions, where we need to come with that continuum, where an innovator becomes an entrepreneur, can scale up, can have access to investors that are in line with that kind of spirit and philosophy, and at the same time can interact with the other innovators to further improve, find solutions. Otherwise, we will continue with this fragmentation, with these silos, and therefore the impact will be way more limited than the potential can be. And then you have the same solutions that can be applicable on the finance side, like AI, for example. You could think of the insurance market to be eventually, at a certain point, really revolutionized, thinking of the AI solution at the individual level, or also in terms of early warning system, index-based insurance that can be applicable for some of these solutions. And the same applies to other fields as well. So the point is how to integrate all this in those.
Absolutely, I cannot agree more, of course. Mohammed, you spoke a lot about technology, but I'm sure you have a lot to say here, especially that we are focusing on this point.
My answer to this question will be with the perspective of, which is my background as a materials engineer. Basically, when you look at these problems which we are facing, climate change and global warming and all, we need to find solutions. And solutions has to be quick. Like, for example, we need to find what we should do with some waste, for example. And now, if you want to do research and all this thing, then it will take time. But there are, you can say, two things which I can believe in terms of materials development, because I'm working on biodegradable plastic. We already, as I mentioned, apply a full patent in US for the biodegradable plastic from waste. One thing is that is AI is now, you can give, like you can ask AI what is the property of something and how can I use, and give me the top research of this. They will give you the answer. So it curtail your time significantly. And your understanding of any issue, for example, even if you are not a material science engineer, you can you can learn from AI. The other thing is the 3D technology, the 3D printing technology, which is you can say, very rapidly changing. You can make prototypes, for example, rapid prototypes with a very low cost, very less time. And you can have, like with the AI and the visual, the graphical designing, and you can say the simulation, you can apply that and you can see what are the effects of that. So the cost of prototyping and understanding the research background research is very, very less time consuming and very less costly. And also with the 3D technology, you can combine different materials. You can even do it in your own, you can say, backyard, or in your own warehouse. You can develop a lot of things. You can work, and so these are the things which I think are helping to leverage these technologies to find solution for the problems which we are facing. So in my experience, I think 3D printing technology is one of the technology which we have to take advantage, and we can develop many things. For example, in the case of packaging, chicken packaging, we are working on chicken packaging. So if traditionally, it's very difficult to find a biodegradable, or you can say the solution which is renewable or reusable packaging. Now, with the AI and with the different material combination, with the 3D printing, you can make your prototype, you can make a financial feasibility, a technical feasibility, because packaging, for example, I will give you, this is not only one person decision on one department. You have to convince the quality, the operations, marketing, the branding, all the people has to be there, and there should be a consensus to deploy the solution. Now, with these things, you do not need to go and spend a lot of time and pay a lot of money to other companies to make a prototype for you. You can make a prototype, you can present it to operations, you can give it to any quality control that you can test it. And I think that has become very easy for us to now experiment and find solution for our problems.
That's very interesting, actually. I think if we spend the whole day talking about AI, we'll never end this discussion. Thank you, gentlemen. So another theme, which is basically the last theme I would like to talk about here. Today, we are in 2024. In a few days, we will be going to 2025. But let's take a big jump fast forward to 2030. And looking ahead to 2030, what major breakthroughs or trends do you foresee in the green tech investment landscape? And how should investors, like me, how should investors and industry leaders and also policymakers prepare to capitalize on these developments? Sultan, if you may start on this. Yeah.
Sure. It's an important angle to look at, an important, actually, question for the forecasting of whatever the trends or the next trends would be to enable future investments. I would say that definitely one of the aspects that are evaluated, and maybe I spoke in one of the previous questions about the indexing on the evaluation of the opportunity before it actually becomes an investment and before the final investment decision is taken into place or whatever. Whenever evaluation is taken into account, you would look at whatever intangibles that may come out of it. For example, the ESG rating that one entity, if it's a VC or whatever, may get out of that specific investment. The associated carbon credits and the carbon impact. The certification, whether it's the ISCC certification or whatever other credits that may create an additional value stream, a revenue stream towards the investor. So I would say that definitely, I mean, seeing the current shift, and when we look at the Saudi Green Initiative, the target is a reduction of 278 million ton CO2 equivalent by 2030, since we're talking about the specific target here. So this will mean that there is a huge magnitude of emission capping that will happen, and there is great contributions that will take place. So it will not do us any harm for us actually to valorize these emissions and actually create or look at them as an additional revenue stream towards whatever investment that we may take. So I definitely think that we will no longer look at carbon credits as an additional plus or something that is intangible that we may have or may not have. I think this is something that we would be considering in whatever evaluation metric and company evaluation metric. And this is also proven by the recent announcement, actually, less than a year ago, around 1 year now, I would say, by the Ministry of Energy with the JCOM, which is basically the under the designated national authority, which actually creates these specific metrics of how we actually will be creating the carbon accounting and abiding by, of course, whatever the international, the UNCCC regulations, but taking in, and I repeat, the particularities of whatever the emission capping and emission reduction will be having here in Saudi. And there's also another vote of confidence in that avenue is the launch of the voluntary carbon market under the Public Investment Fund. And we recently actually in the last climate change COP in Baku, the third auction took place by the VCM, the PIF VCM, where trading of credits actually took place. So it's no longer a hypothetical implicit value, no, it's an explicit dollar sign that will go into the balance sheets for companies in the very near future. So this is actually, I would say, my personal forecasting of the emerging trend.
That's actually very insightful. Thank you very much. I mean, I wish that all entrepreneurs and investors should be knowing this and what's going to happen in 2030. Vito, I'm sure you have a lot to say about this.
So if I'm allowed to be ambitious, I would like to see many things, just to name a few. There are estimates that the global GDP relies, half of it at least, relies on natural resources. But when we do the math, we calculate the GDP, all of a sudden the biodiversity, the nature is not there. So I would like to see a better way to put the biodiversity value and nature at the center of this, the economic and finance related discussion. But not in terms of just monetary and economic terms, but in terms of values. Mm-hmm. Values is different concept compared to worth, right? So that is one aspect when we talk about the SDGs, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The critical role of biodiversity and natural resources need to be more central across the board. Number one, this is aspirational. This is what I would like to see. Second is going back to what I was talking about. Have better integrated platforms and solutions. This is doable. This is possible. It's just that we need some institutions, some of us, providing the public good, doing the initial investment to pull all these solutions together on the finance side and on the technical solution side. It's possible. I would like to see that in as many countries as possible, starting from this region, actually, because there is a lot that this region can show globally. The third aspect is, yes, we talk about carbon credit, climate-related discussion has been advancing a lot, but there is also biodiversity credit as well. And that discussion needs to progress because I see a lot of potential there as well. Then the other aspect is on the policy making side, specifically, which is basically how do you create that enabling and conducive environment that allow investors to be more patient, that allows startups to have a less kind of debt rate or not success rate, that allow all of us to have access to that kind of information, of solutions that can be commerciable, can be operationalized. And that is a broader business environment, investment climate where policymakers need to work on. I still think that startups and investors have also a big role to play there in terms of lobbying, in terms of creating even a sandbox in terms of solution. Look at the digital finance system over the last 20 years. There has been so much progress to that, in that direction. That is an example in other areas as well. So trial and error, really trying to move in a direction that at a certain point can be better regulated, articulated, but still allowing for innovation while protecting individual rights, consumer rights, and so on and so forth. I think we can do that. It's just that sometimes we, let's say, compartmentalize the discussion rather than trying to find these connecting points that are out there. And using the right institutions and the right actors to help them to put all this together.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, thank you. Mohammed, your outlook for 2030?
Yeah, so in my experience and my perspective, I think the consumer, the buying behavior of consumer will definitely change. It's already changed and it's changing because now the young generation, which is called Generation Z and Generation X and Z, and these people are the young people who are most of, like you can say, all of them are highly educated. They prefer to buy sustainable products. So it is already the trend in Europe, but in Saudi Arabia, this is also very rapidly changing. So we as a company have to present us as a sustainable brand. So this is a challenge for especially for food companies, because food is one of the major part of our life. The second thing is that basically the AI will change a lot of things. Like I see that the AI will be used in the operations to promptly take decisions. Like the people, the human intervention taken decision will be less, because now we are using, we have already deployed IoT project where we are basically, we have a control room where we are checking every form, the chicken, for example, movements, the feed movements, the chicken, the eggs, all the things are, the temperature, you can say the humidity, the ambient temperature, all the things are basically monitored from a certain room. But now we are in the second step where we will use AI to see where is the problem. For example, from the spectroscopic imaging, you can see whether the chicken is sick or not. So that can, maybe the person who is also veterinary experts, the doctors which are there, they may take a decision, but it will delay or lagging the decision sometime. But the AI will give you a very timely warning that you have to take a decision. For example, the vaccine is late, or there's a disease outbreak, and you have to take a decision. So it will be help is cost cutting, and significant cost cutting, and also the operation optimization, where you can see, like you can analyze the movement of trucks and all the things, and you can see where is the wastages. So these are the two things I think which I perceive. And generally, I think the technological changes which is coming is the storage of energy. Just to add to the discussion, will be the biggest investment opportunity and also the biggest change, because we are going to have a lot of cars, electric cars, and these cars will need charging. So the energy storage is one of the most important thing which is coming. So in like these are the things which I think there are the opportunities also, and you can see like we can see the change which will happen.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for the great discussion and the great insights you provided. If you allow me, we're going to open the questions for our respected guests if they have any. That's a Q&A session now, if they have any questions to the panel members here. Still have time, by the way. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about the food chain for the chickens. Are you already implementing a way of tracking the fact that those food is not going to come from, I think, Brazil, where it's driving the not desertification, the deforestation?
Yeah. So this is a question which we are planning to work, but it is mostly related to scope 3 emissions, which are not in the boundary of operations which we are controlling. So when we buy corn and soya, for example, we cannot trace this to the origins because it is coming from hundreds of or maybe thousands of farmers, and it is consolidating somewhere. So tracing all these things to the origin is very difficult. But definitely we are working on, in the future we will only buy corn and soya from the buyers who are certified that they are not involved in deforestation land. The cultivation should not be coming from deforested land. So we are not doing it now, but in the future we will do it.
Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I actually didn't come early, but very interesting conversation about some of the technology you were discussing, and they were actually very inspiring. But I just wanted to bring a perspective, which is also a question. The world has seen, over time, we have seen a lot of incredible technology, particularly from the global north, and in the context of sustainable development, we're looking at a future where we have more equality and justice and fairness, particularly, we're looking at the global divide. My question is, how do we ensure that some of this technology, if you look at the challenges, the opportunity, how do they ensure that, for instance, the global north and the south have a equitable access to some of this technology? Because when they are not, particularly I'm from Africa, for instance, I'm from Nigeria, and some of the time, some of the challenge you see on the ground is that some of this technology are not accessible. And a lot of time, they actually don't deliver the impact that we expected. People are disadvantaged because we don't also have, the world is not equal. So how do we ensure that we don't just only talk about this bogus technology, but it's actually accessible to those people that are most importantly or most impacted? Yeah, so I'm talking about this contest in the area of plastic pollution, for instance. I'm sure you're all aware about the plastic treaty and how these also go. There's a lot of things that we need to dig deep when we talk about research and ensuring that a country like Saudi, for instance, can be a leading light, but by looking critically at some of this technology and ensuring that they're actually delivering the value or the impact that is expected, particularly making sure that the world is more equitable and justice is accessible to our community. Thank you.
Great question. Thank you. Who would like to?
I can.
Huh?
I can give it a go. So first of all, I think definitely in terms of looking at the competing priorities, I think it's just one priority if we look at it globally, where all continents are contributing to, which is, after all, climate change or land degradation, the subject of this COP that we're in now. I would say, and maybe narrowing in deeper to the example you brought, which is the I would say, the treaties for plastic and plastic waste, I still believe that there's definitely, although the issues are, or the magnitude of the issues is big, and we see that with whatever that is happening with the Great Pacific dump or patch. But at the same time, we also look at what are the viable alternatives that are available now. Actually, a couple of days ago, I mean, it was at one of the stages here, there was an interesting angle, actually, where there was a talk about how plastic can contribute to decarbonization in terms of direct GHG impact and looking at whatever viable alternatives for that specific application. Let's take, and one of the examples that was mentioned was automotive and the automotive sector and how the utilization of fibers and composites have actually reduced the direct emissions that comes in from the manufacturing of vehicles. I mean, instead of like back in the 50s and 60s, cars were made of steel and iron, and now we're making it of something that is much lighter, it would consume less fuel, and also the manufacturing process itself. Mining is much more, I would say, emission-centric in comparison to plastic. And another example that was also given is just a comparison of the single-use disposable plastic bag versus paper bags. And the figure that was presented in that specific, it was a McKinsey paper actually out of the McKinsey New York office, is that it was around 40 times the associated direct emissions between paper bags and plastic bags. But at the same time, we have to look at the whole spectrum. Hence, we don't only look at it from a direct GHG emission, but we also look at the other aspects, land degradation, water degradation, whatever it is. So it's a very complex situation, but I believe that we have to also avoid criminalizing a single angle of the problem and putting in way too much emphasis, while at the same time, during whatever climate crisis we had less than 4 years ago, I mean in COVID, we all turned to disposables and plastics being a solution. So I believe it's definitely how we deal with a single component and whatever that comes in the post-consumption for that component, rather than looking at it alone as the main center of the issue.
I will just answer. You were talking about like just access to the technologies, but I think the main problem in Africa is not the technology, the access to technology. It is the just transition. It's like a lot of resources are restricted from the countries in Africa, but the return is not that much to the local community. So first of all, we have to focus on that. Like there should be a just transition. Like the environmental burden is now, like it is facing by the whole world. It is not like, if, for example, there is a mission in India and somewhere else or in China, it is not affecting the other countries, only affecting China or India or some other. It's affecting the whole world. The same, so first we have to see whether there is a just transition of resources or not, or the return is there or not. Access to a technology, you can only get cheap access or justified access to a technology. In my point of view, maybe I'm wrong, but to invest in startups, maybe not in Nigeria, but in somewhere else, for example, in Saudi Arabia, because they are cheaper at the time of investing. Like when you invest in startup, they are cheaper as compared to you buy technology from established companies. So when you invest in their startups, you can own their technology, you can own the patents, and you can use their technology at a very low cost. So when the companies become commercialized, they need a return on investment, because if, for example, I invest in a company and the technology is commercialized, I cannot give it for free. I have to return on my investment. But if I invest in the startups, then at that time, the investment will be very low. But when the technology is matured and you can then have a very low, you can use the technology at a very low cost. So these are the two things which I want to contribute to your answer.
You wanna have some input? Of course. Yeah.
Very quickly.
Yeah, sure.
At this
Yeah,
point.
of course. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the issue needs to be tackled from multiple sides, aspects. One is startups. That's why I was insisting on the early stage of startups. With this high mortality rate, the risk is that then the concentration of innovation gets higher for the very few startups that make it through. So it's critical strategically, but also for broader socioeconomic development to really try to help at the very early pre-seed stage many of these startups, because they can provide solutions that can be more, let's say, equitable in the long term, if you want, from a certain perspective. But there is also on the demand side, the same issue. Trying to make these technologies cheap enough for micro and small enterprises to adopt, and farms to adopt them. And we have solutions. We see it. If you see AI, it's basically cheap. So, but why not to adopt the same logic and try, and this is the policy component of it, trying to make those accessible more. And then, of course, all this in a broader compass that to us is the SDGs, and you know, all those aspects related to equitable access to resource and equitable access to markets. Market regulation is a critical aspect that at a certain point needs to come into the picture when it comes to this dialogue. And of course, this is a part of the policy-making process that remains central in all of this.
Thank you. We have a question here. Yes. All right, thank you.
I think mine is a quick recommendation on one of the comments made by so in one of your comments, you made mention of making future projections on buying or purchasing maize from countries that are not involved in desertification. And so I just want to recommend that when you look at the various African countries, majority of the farming, especially those in maize farming, always they do away with the trees in order to get a plain area to plant the maize. And you know, maize normally don't grow very well under shades. So if we are making future projection where you want to deal with countries that are not causing deforestation, there may be some technologies will also have to be considered into those areas so that they will not be handicapped. Because if it happens, so it means that whatever produce that is coming from there cannot be exported to any other country, and they don't have the technology to do the large scale. So maybe in your future projection, kindly consider those areas too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Was the question clear or? Okay. Any further points? Okay. No more questions? Okay, I think with that we have a little time left. If you allow me, well, I'd like to thank all the panelists here for joining us today and for the great discussion and an insightful contribution to this panel. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sultan. Thank you, Vitu. Thank you, Muhammad, for all the great contribution you provided today. It's been a very insightful session, honestly. We learned a lot. I personally learned a lot. And before we leave, also I owe very special thanks to Dr. Zahra Safar from KAUST, and also to Princess Liana Al Saud from UNDP. They've been working very hard with me during the last few days to make this session a very successful one. So thank you very much. And thank you all for being with us here today. And we look forward to more fruitful sessions, inshallah, in future. Thank you, and have a great day. Thank you.
Ready? So I'll look this way, I think. So good afternoon, everyone. My name's Caroline Allmark, and I lead on sustainability strategy and marketing for PwC Middle East. And I'm really pleased to talk to you today about the findings of our new regional climate tech report, hot off the press this week, before I'll be joined on stage by three fantastic panelists who will be giving their reflections on our findings and helping bring them to life through their own experiences over the last 12 months. So before we get into this, I want to set the context a little. So many of you here today will have spent time at various sessions over the last few days where a whole range of views would have been shared and offered around what's needed to really tackle issues around land degradation, water scarcity and drought at a local, a regional and a global level. But the common thread throughout many of these discussions is very simple: money and technology. It's how we're going to pay to finance the changes needed and what solutions will underpin all of this. This report's now in its third year, I'm proud to say, and essentially it looks at exactly this. So in it we have tracked 3 regional investments across 3 directions. Number 1, we looked at Middle East investors funding climate tech globally. We've looked at global investors funding climate tech within the region, and we've looked at Middle East investors and what they're doing to support homegrown climate tech locally. So let's go. Okay, let's take a closer look here. So our analysis discovered 4 particular trends this year, which I'll touch on in the next few minutes. Then I'll invite all of our panelists, passionate supporters of climate tech with very different backgrounds, to join me on stage to discuss some of these and help bring them to life through their own experiences over the last 12 months. So back to the headlines of our findings. First, we found significant capital is flowing out of the region to fund climate tech globally, almost $4 billion in 2024. Second, there's critical funding gaps persisting in high-emission sectors like energy, manufacturing, and what we call FALU, that's food, agriculture, and land use within the region. These sectors contribute substantially to greenhouse gas emissions, yet they remain underfunded. Third, global funding into climate tech in the region is slowing down, but this does fit with the overall investment picture, so it doesn't really reflect necessarily on the attitude toward climate tech in particular. But the fact remains that only a fraction of Middle East investment is flowing into climate tech companies in the region itself, highlighting a significant imbalance. Fourth, and finally, we know that fostering homegrown innovation is essential to addressing the region's unique climate challenges. Local innovation can really drive tailored solutions for the Middle East specific environmental and economic needs. But there is a huge missed opportunity here, and never has the need been greater to take advantage of that. So here, we've essentially followed the money. And what you can see here is pretty startling. The majority of Middle East climate tech investment continues to flow outside the region, almost $4 billion directed in 2024, while only $43.6 million, around 1.2% only, was invested in homegrown innovation, which is pretty shocking. There's a real lack here of regional focus. Significant funding is flowing to regions like North America, $1 billion, China, $2.2 billion this year. Last year, actually, it was the US that led the way, but this year, China takes the top spot for global funding from Middle East investors, driven by investments into AI, mobility, which I'll come on to in a few minutes. This is interesting, though, because it does reflect the geographical shifts we are seeing in the region toward China, with the Middle East and Asia sort of trade route links continuing to strengthen. And we're also seeing more Chinese investment and startup activity, and perhaps my panelist, Adrienne, can speak a little bit to this, moving into the Middle East market in return, which is great news. The UAE, Saudi, and Qatar, as you can see here, remain the top GCC countries investing globally, which really showcases their leadership in driving innovation towards climate tech funding, which is good news. Okay. Now, what you can see here is overall, from 2018, an upward trajectory there of Middle East climate tech investment over the last 6 years. The drop between 23 and 24, though, highlights a really challenging investment climate for the region and locally, and globally, sorry. So the drop between 23 and 24 is significant. There's no getting away from that. It's nearly 30%. But this does align with the general decline in global funding. I do want to caveat this a little bit, though. There is widespread attitude within the investor community that actually given the evolution of the climate stack over the last 12 months, there's a bit of a lagging indicator here, and we do expect to see this investment tip back up again in 2025, especially given the momentum in the region since COP28 in the UAE, where we saw the launch of the Altera Fund, for example. This perception, and it will be interesting to get the view of our panelists on this, is that 2024 has been more of a year of reflection, of a lot of designing and thinking about this climate stack, confidence beginning to build, accessibility, and integration across sectors increasing. So we do expect that we will see this investment rise again when we look again this time next year. Okay. Next. This is a bit of a sad slide, to be honest, but it's interesting when you look at the comparators. So on the left, what you see here is sectors that the Middle East investment was directed towards in 2024. On the right shows the region's highest emitting sectors, and clearly there's a mismatch between the two, right? So in 2024, Middle East climate tech investments were heavily concentrated, 84% you can see here, on mobility and energy, with mobility alone at that 84% mark, which is very high, of total investment. This does reflect the region's continuing focus on decarbonisation through transport systems, EV, mobility, etc. So that's good news. But the lack of investment into food, agriculture, and land use is concerning, just especially given how closely this links to water and food security, top issues in the region. And the fact that there seems to be close to zero investment at all in the built environment to support this, and there's going to be an expected $2 trillion spent on the built environment in the region between now and 2035. This is worrying. But there's no getting away from the fact that energy and manufacturing remain among the region's highest emitting sectors, you can see over there on the right, collectively contributing to 83% of regional emissions. Yet, investment into energy-related technology fell by 22% this year. This clearly highlights the need for greater investment towards these and other underfunded, high-emitting sectors. Okay, now, this is a super interesting picture building here around investment into AI. So Middle East investment for AI in climate tech has seen consistent growth, as you can see here, year on year, and it reached this year a record high of nearly $3 billion. This emphasizes the region's commitment to using AI for climate solutions that we know have the potential to enhance productivity and accelerate decarbonization across sectors. So, although we are interested in how investors are spending their money when it comes to climate tech, we are, of course, also really interested in looking into the flow of climate tech funding coming into the region. Sadly, this year it dropped by 41%. So from 193 million last year to 140 million this year. But it does, as I mentioned before, reflect a reduced global interest in the region, particularly in sectors like mobility, which saw a 77% drop in funding. But despite the overall decline, AI has again emerged as a key area of growing investor interest in the region. So almost $50 million, you can see there, invested in Middle East AI-related climate tech this year, which is actually a significant increase on last year, where it was around 5.4 million, which really shows that potential of AI to drive innovation and decarbonization in the region. Okay, so in summary, so how can we align, before I move on to our lovely panel, ambition and scale that impact? Well, we identified 3 critical areas. Number 1, we have to address the carbon funding gap in critical sectors like energy, manufacturing, food, agriculture, land use. Number 2, we have to do this while pushing on the momentum in areas like electric mobility and AI. These are going to be essential to aligning regional ambition with impactful climate action. And 3, looking closer to home. The data tells us that the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar collectively invested almost $4 billion into global climate tech in 2024. But when you dig in the detail, that was pretty much all driven by sovereign wealth funds. So although we can't take all the credit for that, in our 2023 report, we did recommend increased government investment into climate tech. So that's great news on that front, they listened. But as I mentioned earlier, only 1.2% of that huge amount of money was directed towards homegrown innovation in the region. So this is clearly a missed opportunity to support local talent and scale regional climate ambition. But it's not all bad news. So we've really continued to keep close to our Net Zero Future 50 finalists. So these were announced at COP28 last year. They're a group of companies who we identified as being really driving climate innovation in the region and really worth watching. We checked in with them recently, and these are generally SMEs around the region, mainly in the UAE, Saudi, and Qatar, but they are spread out around Jordan and Oman as well. And they tell us a largely positive story. So although there's still a long way to go on sourcing funding for some, joining the right dots in the ecosystem for others, there's bright spots. Examples like Archie Reef, who have partnered with Abu Dhabi to restore coral reefs. Pure Harvest, who've acquired Red Sea operations here in Saudi. One Motto, who have announced expansion into Oman as part of their EV transformation initiative, and Circa Biotech. So they're an organization who are partnering with Abu Dhabi, the Agri and Food Safety Authority, on waste reduction. So all in all, not bad news. Now, moving on. That's all from me on the highlights of this report. Now I want to bring the data to life by turning the microphone over to our panelists, who will reflect on some of the issues I just talked about, especially when it comes to underfunded areas such as land restoration, and how green technologies can really bridge the gap and start to make a real difference. So please join me welcoming me on stage. First of all, Nibal Abdulaziz. Nibal is the Corporate Director at Iris, formerly Red Sea Farms. Nibal is the GCC lead for Iris, a leading agri-tech company, and here she manages regional corporate engagement and business development activities across the Gulf. Thank you, Nibal. Next, Ryan Saeed. Ryan is the Chief Sustainability Officer for SEMA at Microsoft. So Ryan leads regional efforts to drive sustainable innovation and environmental stewardship, where his work focuses on integrating AI-powered sustainability solutions into business strategies to create long-term value for customers. And last but not least, we have Adrienne Doulan, founder and CEO of Sustain Global Network, a platform that supports startups, entrepreneurs, and SMEs in advancing sustainability. This network has built more than 450 members, fosters connections, and provides essential support to businesses on their AI journey. Welcome, everyone. Okay. Thank you for joining. So we'll start with you, Nibal, if that's okay. So Iris has really pioneered sustainable agri-tech solutions in challenging climates, I would say. What can you tell us about Iris's journey to scale agricultural technologies that enhance food security while also combating land degradation?
Thank you first for having me here. I just want to start like you started with a very hot topic, which is food security. I believe food security is one of the most interesting topics at the days that we're hearing a lot about it. And this is interfering in so many other areas.
Yeah.
Food security is critical because what we're seeing recently is hot climates are getting hotter. And countries that did not struggle with heat previously are now currently struggling with the heat. And 2023 on record was the hottest ever recorded temperature, which is very alarming for growers and for the farming and agricultural sector. So we need to find solutions to combat the increased temperatures and the scarcity of water. And here comes our role as Iris and in the agricultural technology, where we are learning a lot that in order to make our technology scalable, it has to have some components. And one of these components is having it ready and available, because so many technologies are very promising, but they are not ready and available. So the first component is having the technology ready and available. The next thing is not having it as an invasive technology, because you know that the agricultural sector is a very traditional sector. Bringing technologies that are invasive, that are intrusive, and people are not able to get involved and change and adopt these technologies. So they had to be easy to adopt the technology. Another one is bringing also working with the current supply chain and not creating or reinventing the wheel. And above everything, making it profitable for these growers. If this solution is not profitable for the growers, it's not going to be scalable. So in order to make it scalable, it has to be profitable.
Yeah, so looking at the whole mix there. No, thank you for that, Nibal. It's super interesting. Ryan, if I could just come to you next. So as we've mentioned a few times in the presentation here, AI and digital tools are increasingly being applied to sustainability challenges, we know that. So looking at Microsoft as an organization, how can you really leverage your AI capability and that kind of data-driven solutions to address specific challenges, maybe of land degradation, nature, and biodiversity loss here in the Middle East? If you could speak to that.
Absolutely, and thank you, Caroline, for giving me the opportunity to be here with this amazing crowd and even the amazing event. Before I get into that, just a few things about the biodiversity losses, because this is something actually, every time I hear this phrase, it's kind of triggers something, which is when we look at the world that we are living in, it's full of species, okay? Hundreds of thousands of species around us. And each one of these species, it's proven that they are there for a reason. They have a role to play in the total life cycle for this planet. And the extinction of any of these species will lead, it can start with a small friction, okay? But on the long term, it will lead into maybe catastrophe, okay? So looking at that and all the development that human being has brought on Earth, which is amazing for us, but we need to be mindful as well. We are the intelligent species on this Earth, so it's in our responsibility to protect the rest of the species and make sure that they have the opportunity to be around, because they have a role in this whole life cycle ecosystem that we're part of it. They have a role, whether we like it or not. So we need to make sure that we protect them. And this is where the biodiversity comes. And this is where it is something that, like we invested in buildings and technologies, we need to invest also in protecting the biodiversity. Going back to your question, sorry, I
like that, that's good.
Going back to your question, when I think about how data and AI, basically there is AI for Earth. It's a program that is actually capitalizing. It's a data-driven program that brings AI tools and machine learning into use for everyone, for every organization, every person, to capitalize on these tools, to build, to get like actionable insights, to analyze the data that they have. When it comes to sustainability in general, the main pain that everybody is facing is the data.
Yeah.
And how to collect the data, because the amount of data we're producing from every organization and every person are humongous, okay? And it's a pain how to collect this data in one place. Then after having the data, how to actually structure the data in a proper way to make actual sense out of it. And this is where we talk about record and report. Once we have the data collected, and this is the solution we provide, you have the data, you have the reports, then the artificial intelligence comes to play a role to provide these actionable insights for the organization and for the people. When I think about AI for Earth, as I mentioned, it's a data-driven solution, but it also provides three things for everyone, and that one goes to even individuals can benefit out of it. It provides access to innovative resources, and this is where people can get access to the technology that I was talking about. The second is education and learning. There are a bunch of education and learning material that people can go and self-educate themselves on what needs to be done in any specific area, being about water saving, climate change, biodiversity, or agriculture. And the last piece is the grants. It's provide even grants where, since it was launched in 2017, more than 250 people benefited from grants from that program in order to either learn or execute on something related to one of the four things that I mentioned: agriculture, water, biodiversity, and climate change.
Fantastic. Maybe let's lead nice on to you, I think, Adrian, with that access to funding potentially there. So, so nature-based solutions are often kind of really overlooked in favor of high-tech innovation. But what role do you see for nature-based solutions in decarbonisation particularly? And how can they be integrated with green technologies to achieve those net zero ambitions?
Thank you very much for inviting me here today. Ryan, I think I might have to debate whether we are the most intelligent species on this planet. But,
Fair point.
I'll leave that one. We can talk about that one later. Yeah, but it excludes us, of course. Nature-based solutions are super important, and they're often overlooked. So, you know, because you're looking at land degradation, you're looking at biodiversity loss. I mean, we're looking at now, I think, a loss of like 13 species per day on our planet, which is horrific. So how intelligent are we? And so, you know, you can look to the nature-based solutions for your carbon sinks, your mangroves, your carbon capture. I'm not sure that you need the data, right? So you need the nature-based solutions, and you need to collate the data.
Correct.
But whether you have to just focus and put all the investment into AI, I don't think so. And I think that's one of the current problems is that there's not enough investment going into nature-based solutions, into agri-tech. You know, food and water security are paramount for our survival, right? And I heard a couple of days ago somebody was saying to me that there's an awful lot of investors, VCs, which I won't call them the vulture capitalists, but the venture capitalists, who are buying properties in the UAE. So they're not putting money into any climate change solutions. And I'm thinking, well, they're going to be looking out of their Bulgari residences, and they won't have any food, and they won't have any water to drink. So I think it's really imperative that we stop, all these talking, just constantly AI. I mean, the investment into AI is phenomenal. I'm not against tech. I love it. Not that I grew up with it, but I really embrace it. I see the, absolute added value. But we're still forgetting the underdog, the low-hanging fruits that we really need to pick. And nature-based solutions can also be carbon offsets. As much as I really do hate that, but I know that it's a reality.
It's part of the mix, right?
And we, so we need to protect the carbon sinks. We really need to just start walking the talk. Rather than just constantly talking as we're doing.
No, I hear you. Hear you on that for sure, Adrienne. Thank you. Nibal, just going back to the sort of farming in particular, just for a few minutes. So traditional farming methods we know are central to food production in the region, and we know how critical that is around food security. So how, just going back to your point as well, Adrienne, investments in that kind of low-tech, small, farmer-friendly innovations really improve agricultural sustainability and that kind of ecosystem health in the Middle East?
Speaking about low and mid-tech agriculture, this consists of this contributes to 70% of the agriculture globally, which is the big impact that you're going to make in agriculture has to come from the low and mid-tech agriculture. And when we speak about this, it's a resistant, the agricultural sector usually it's a resistant to change sector, where growers are not easy to speak to them about topics like sustainability, saving water and energy, saving the planet. So you need to provide channels and solutions for them that are non-invasive. And in this case, also looking at the land, it's not only about restoration of the land, it's about making sure that the current land that we have is suitable for agriculture and is able to combat the increased temperature and as well the scarcity of water. So what we do at the moment at IRIS is that we provide non-invasive technologies that is helping saving water and energy, extending the growing cycles where people can grow for a longer period of time. Unfortunately, we live in a region where the climate is the biggest challenge, and we are importing a lot of food. And imagine the carbon footprint that is caused by this. So if we are able to uplift and improve the technology that we are providing for the agricultural sector in the region, imagine how less the waste will be. And our technology can be helping by reducing water and energy consumption. And one piece of information that maybe not many people know, also it was new to me when I joined this industry, is like in a controlled environment greenhouse, 90% of the water goes for the cooling. So it doesn't go for the plants. So if we can reduce this water input by a significantly 30%, this will make a change globally. And the change has to start from the low and mid-tech agriculture, and it has to be an affordable solution that can be deployed on a big scale.
So I think it's that simple, start simple, right? It can overcomplicate things quite a lot.
Start simple and start now, I think. This
Yes.
is
Or yesterday.
the key for
Yes.
start yesterday.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, definitely.
Can I just interject, Carla?
course, yeah.
You know, we waste 30 to 40% of food that is grown.
Oh, yeah.
You know, globally.
Yeah.
So maybe we can use some of this really smart AI technology to actually analyze and see why we're doing this, because then
Yeah.
it leads to land degradation. I mean, they're talking about the fact that the soil that we have globally is only going to be sufficient for producing food over the next 5 years.
Gosh,
you know,
that's
so
terrifying. Yeah.
So we really need to start moving fast and stop wasting so much and invest in smaller technologies in, you know, for people to help them. The low-hanging fruits.
Yeah, and it's that kind of consumer behavior as well, which we're not necessarily debating today, but that's a huge part of it, right? The attitude towards people, the habits that we're in of, you know, putting too much on the plate and not thinking about what you're actually doing. There's a huge part to play there too. Yeah.
If you think of what Adrian mentioned, the amount of food being wasted, it's so huge that any small, any insignificant saving that we can make, it's a huge significance when it comes to the number of people that could eat. That even 1%, if we save from the food that's being wasted today, it would feed up to 14 million people.
Yeah.
Because
amazing,
we're wasting around 2 billion tons of food every year.
Which you can't quite believe numbers like that, but it's true, right? This is, scary. Small things, exactly.
Little things, but the impact is huge.
Yeah, and I think just talking about small things or more specific to different parts of the world. So Microsoft got initiatives in different parts of the world. So like Farm Beats, you've got in the US, India, Africa, China, Project Farm Vibes. These are implemented in the US and India, and they've shown real promise for agricultural and sustainability tech elsewhere in the world. So what potential do you see really in adapting these or similar programs in the Middle East? What could we look to here in the future from Microsoft on that kind of smaller scale?
Yeah, absolutely. Farm Beats and Farm Vibes, they're actually they are available technologies for everyone to be used. They are not necessarily just for the US or for a specific country or nation. It's an available technology. Again, it's capitalizing on the data and the AI, mainly on the IoT sensor that actually feeding the tool around every information, be it from climate perspective, the soil moisture, the vitamins, the nutrition needed, even the medical condition, I would say, for the plants and the crops themselves. And the idea is to yield into more healthy and more healthy crops at the end of the day, okay? And provide, I would say, more water saving when it comes to the water usage for these plants.
Again, small things, right? It's the small things again.
Yeah, very small things. But when it comes to how we can make this available for everyone, because the main things when it comes to IoT for these devices are actually two things. One of them is connectivity, which I believe many farmers, they don't have access to connectivity. And the second part, which is the power supply. Which is, again, many of these farmers, especially in I would say, underprivileged countries, they don't even have enough electricity to feed their homes, to send some to the farms. And for these two things, there are workarounds that we can help them with. So for the connectivity part, we can rely on the unused TV spectrums. This is something that would give them connectivity, without having to go through the very expensive internet bandwidth. And from the power supply grid, this is where we're bringing the IoT devices, which is supplied with the solar cells. So it capitalizes on the solar energy. It's a renewable energy every day. Okay? And this is, with these things put together in mind, this is how we can serve everyone on the planet truly to benefit, regardless of where they are. All what we need to do here is just to put the effort together, especially on the unused TV spectrums. That would require some alignment within the government to utilize it. But definitely, it's a great way to help reaching there.
Do you want to reflect on that a little bit, Nibal? I mean, this is more into your world too.
I think this is quite interesting
Yeah.
for the agricultural sector as well. And I think this is a collective effort that has to be, it has
For
to
sure.
start from raising awareness. I believe that the first building stone for this would be raising awareness, because like these people have to, you have to hold their hands and move them towards like a more greener, more sustainable planet. So it's a collaborative action with providing of agriculture technologies and definitely companies like Microsoft as well.
Excellent, that's great. Good news. So just to close, I wanted to kind of pose, I guess, the same question to all, and looking ahead to the future a little bit. I want to go 10 years from now. And I'll maybe take it in turn, maybe start with you, Adrienne. So what tangible changes do you hope to see when it comes to this scaling up of green technologies and land, in land restoration and in biodiversity preservation? So what do you want to see in 10 years' time, and what will it take to happen sort of now to realise that vision? If we could take that in turn for everyone, please. Adrienne.
I don't want to talk about 10 years. I want to talk about now. So, I mean, because I think 10 years
Go
is
ahead.
way too late.
Please
yeah,
do.
sorry. I hope we can eat all the technology that we're going to introduce, actually. But I think we need to start now. With everything introducing, we need to start educating. There's no point in supplying all this internet to farmers if you're not going to educate them. There's no point in giving them money if they don't know what they're going to do with it. So I would hope to just see a whole lot of changes, a whole lot of further commitments from a financial point of view, from an educational point of view, but absolute and utter action now, not in 10 years' time. Because in 10 years' time, I can't even imagine what I'm going to see if we don't start now. Yeah.
Quite right.
So hopefully.
Thank you, Adrienne. Ryan.
Well, I'm going to follow Adrienne's steps here. So
This is
I'm
good.
going to start now
They have synergy, I like
and
it.
talk a little bit about the future. But actually, something that really interested me and excited me when I entered the Saudi Pavilion. And I was shocked when I saw this mummied cheetah.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Okay, that used to live in the Arabian Peninsula.
Yeah.
And it extinct from here 40 years ago. And in order to bring it back, they didn't stop and say, well, it's extinct. It's gone. Definitely they didn't recreate it, okay? However, they went and searched for the closest cheetah species from DNA perspective, and they found the one in Africa.
Wow.
And they started by bringing like a couple from there. Today they have 4 puppies, okay? And they're trying, and they're living, by the way, in a reserved area where they actually living in nature.
Okay.
And the beauty about it is that they're trying to repopulate the area with this kind
That's
of
incredible.
species. This is just one thing, how we can take action, never give up. If it's extinct, there is a way to bring it back. It's not 100% the same. Let's try. So this is from one aspect.
I like it. It's
So
good.
taking the action today, definitely this is saving tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
Now, when I think about tomorrow, it's one of the things that, again, starting today is to plant and to educate the new generation from childhood. Like we are sending them to school to learn about physics, to learn about math, to learn about technology, to learn about every single science piece there. It's important to teach them about sustainability and saving the earth. Because whatever we are doing, we will continue to develop. Human will continue to develop.
Yeah.
We are here to develop this earth, okay? So, but we can develop it smartly while get the benefit of development and technology, but also give back to the environment. So I would love to see a new generation that grows up with sustainability to be part of their DNA, part of their thinking, in order to have like more awareness in the new generation. So they take the world to a better place.
Yeah, lovely. Completely concur with that sentiment. Nibal, from you.
Yeah, I will tackle a completely different issue, which is the policy. Policymakers are the ones that we need to make sure that they are hearing us, because if they don't take any action, there is a lot of action maybe is being done at the moment, but we have to change the mindset.
Yeah.
Policymakers have been subsidizing the inputs for agriculture like water and electricity. What we need to shift is like this subsidy has to move to more deploying more technologies that are saving water and energy instead of just subsidizing these inputs. So, and definitely I cannot agree more with Ryan and Adrian that this is a global topic, and maybe big corporations, big companies are speaking of it, but it has to start from our houses, from our families, from our children, from the school. My kids, like, they started posing questions at me that made me wonder, like, buying plastic bottles at home and maybe converting
they're challenging
to
you.
glass.
That's good.
Yeah, so this is very, so it cannot always be top bottom. Also, it has to be bottom up, and where the building block for the change has to be the awareness around people. And I think governments are raising a lot of awareness recently, but we have a long way. Like, I hope in 10 years we are going to
There's more to do.
to achieve a difference, hopefully.
Brilliant. So we've kind of got the act now, or yesterday, the kind of awareness education and this kind of policy angle as well, but also practical, like practical action. Start small and kind of build from there. Brilliant. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed that as much as I did. Thank you to Adrienne, to Ryan, and to Nibal. Round of applause. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Great. Thank you for having us. Oh, you're so welcome. So welcome. I've got my microphone on still. Let me take that off.